Paradise Island, the Bahamas. The waves came rushing along the debris-strewn beach toward Blair Ashworth as the hurricane winds nearly knocked her down. Palm trees bent and whipped beneath the onslaught of the storm. The once pure blue sea was black, and the sand was cold and wet as it dragged her feet down in terrifying suction. Fear seized her heart in its claws, squeezing until she could barely breathe as another wave surged toward her. They hadn't seen the storm coming, not this fast. Water knocked her off her feet, and she fell, her hands hitting concrete as she collided with the resort sidewalk. Strong arms grasped her body, lifting her up and bracing her against a wall of hot, determined mail. The intense warmth she felt had nothing to do with the current danger of the storm, and everything to do with the man who'd just saved her. A man who shouldn't have saved her because he despised her.
"Can you walk?"
Denver Ramsey's deep voice rang out crisply across the howling wind, stilling her panic and the rush of chaotic thoughts in her head. His voice demanded that she respond, that she meet the challenge of being brave. "Yes, I think so." Blair ignored the stab of pain in her knees and forearms. They had to keep moving and get to safety or risk being pulled out to sea by the next wave.
"Let me help you."
An arm gripped her waist, holding her close to the hard male body it belonged to. She lifted her head to stare into the devastatingly perfect face of Denver Ramsey, the man she had been sent to seduce into a business deal, a man who hated her with every breath in his body. Yet here he was, saving her life as a storm ravaged the beautiful island he called home. Wind whipped his dark hair into his hazel eyes, which looked darker as they reflected the stormy skies above them. His once crisp white dress shirt soaked with the rain and surging seawater clung to his muscled form.
"Just a bit farther,"
Denver assured her as they trudged down the walkway toward the entrance to the private luxury apartments of the Seven Seas Beach Club. Water swamped the sidewalk, and he held her closer, keeping her on her feet when she might have been knocked down again. The doors opened, and 2 resort employees in rain gear rushed out to help them.
"Are you all right, sir?"
One of the men asked Denver as he handed him a small towel.
"Yes, thank you. Are all of the guests safe?" "Yes, sir. All safe and accounted for. We have implemented the hurricane protection plan. All of the housing is secure as well. The National Weather Service has already downgraded the storm to a Category 1, and within a few hours we should have clear skies again."
Denver still held Blair close, but she shivered as a chill from the icy ocean settled in her bones. Now, aware of her shaking, he looked down at her, and without words he used the towel to dry her face and as much of her as he could manage before the towel was soaked.
"Miss Ashworth and I will be in my apartment. Call me if you need me."
He handed the towel back to the employee.
"Yes, sir."
The employee returned to the front desk. Blair followed Denver through a hallway decorated with stunning seascapes, portraying the many faces of the ocean from gentle surf to raging waves. Just like everything at the Seven Seas, they were top quality, elegant, and like the club's owner, the pieces also held a bit of mystery. Denver released his hold on her waist and lifted his right wrist, which bore a silver metal band. He waved the band in front of the electronic door lock, and it clicked open. Then he opened the door and stepped aside, allowing her to enter. It was a bad idea to go anywhere alone with him, though not because he was dangerous. He was dangerous, but not in a way that threatened her. Rather, Denver Ramsey was dangerous to any woman who wanted to keep her head on straight, her heart safe, and her panties on. On his good days, the man looked like a tempting water god, but right then, he looked like a vengeful Poseidon. She inwardly flinched, knowing just how deep his dislike of her ran. Hell, one could almost call his cold disdain for her hate. But Denver didn't know her well enough to truly hate her. No, his true hate was reserved for her father and her uncle. Once she was inside his apartment, he closed the door with a frightening finality. He nodded toward a room beyond her, and she turned to find a wide, open sitting room with thick glass doors that revealed a stunning view of the stormy sea.
"Sit down,"
he ordered, though his tone was softer than she expected. Blair collapsed onto the nearest armchair and winced at the feel of her wet clothes on the expensive blue and white striped fabric. He disappeared down a hall and returned with 2 fluffy white bath towels and a first aid kit. He quickly dragged a towel over himself before tossing it on the surface of the coffee table. Then he handed the second one to her. She accepted it and wiped her face, her hair, and her clothes, which were hopelessly ruined. The navy blue sundress with white polka dots and her cork wedge sandals had been a great choice 3 hours ago, long before she'd known this tropical storm would sweep their way so quickly. Denver set the first aid kit on the table and pulled another armchair toward her before sitting in it.
Let me see your knees.
He gestured at her skirt, and she lifted the wet fabric up just past her knees. Bloody scratches covered her knees and her forearms. He opened the kit and removed several antiseptic wipes. He wiped at the wounds, and she bit her lip, hiding her reaction to the sting of the antiseptic.
Where were you going? Didn't you hear the storm siren?
He asked, his voice still dangerously soft. He didn't look at her as he cleaned her cuts and bandaged them. Then he gestured for her arms, which he saw to next. I was out scouting for the best location to do photos for the adjustments on the campaign.
It isn't worth dying over.
At her gasp, he lifted his gaze to hers, his hazel eyes burning hot. It could be, since my job depends on it, she muttered.
I haven't even agreed to work with you, he reminded her. Our bargain only included that I would give it my honest consideration.
That's because you haven't heard my pitch, she started.
Not a chance,
Denver snapped, cutting her off. Then his voice gentled.
There's nothing you could show me that could change my mind.
His scowl shouldn't have made him even more attractive, but it gave her the most wicked fantasies of what he'd do to her ass while he wore that scowl. Nothing? A pit formed in her stomach. Blair had been so convinced that she could win him over. The ad campaign she and her team had worked up in the last week was more than solid. It was damn brilliant. Especially now that she'd come here and added her final touches after seeing the magic of his resort and the island through his eyes.
There's only one thing I told you I truly want from you, and we both know that would be a terrible idea.
He was still facing her, his knees almost touching hers as his gaze held hers. Terrible, Blair agreed breathlessly as his focus moved to her mouth. She couldn't stop staring at his lips. He reached up to cup the back of her neck. His hand was warm, large, and wonderful as he held her neck in a gentle but dominating hold.
Then again, maybe this one little mistake won't change anything,
he mused. Blair's heart pounded, ramming against her ribs like the waves outside battered the shore. There was nothing worse than wanting someone she shouldn't. But she still wanted Denver Ramsey's kiss more than anything in that moment. Denver closed the distance and captured her lips with his in piratical perfection, like a man who knew he'd conquered her and won. She hated him and loved him for it. Yes, it was a terrible mistake, and it would change everything. 1. Chicago, 1 week earlier. Blair, Randall wants to see you. Kaylee leaned into Blair's cubicle. He does? Blair immediately tried to quell a flurry of nerves. Even though she had known Randall Ashworth her whole life, he was her uncle, after all, she had never been comfortable around him. He had an underlying meanness to him that made her uneasy. Yeah, he said you should come quick or he would give the new account opportunity to one of his account executives. Kaylee West, who was one of Blair's closest friends, always had her back. Thanks, Kaylee. No problem. Kaylee stepped back to let Blair past her as she exited her cubicle. I'm grabbing Hackney's for lunch. You want to share a soup and sandwich combo? Sure, thanks. Blair smoothed her black pencil skirt and tweaked her teal blouse into place before making the dreaded walk down the length of cubicles to her uncle's corner office. His door was closed, so she rapped her knuckles on the thick wood and held her breath.
Come in,
Randall barked. Blair opened the door and found her uncle seated at his desk, his laptop open. He didn't look up when she entered.
Close the door behind you.
She followed his command and stood rather than sat. She knew better than to sit until this man invited her to. Randall Ashworth was a tall, lean man who bore only a passing resemblance to her father, his younger brother. Where her father's face was lit with warmth, Randall's was cold, his lips thin and his brows severe. Blair had seen pictures of the brothers as young men, and both Paul, her father, and Randall had been dashing. But her father had kept his good looks longer than Randall. Blair was convinced that her uncle's greediness had played a role in the way his looks had hardened into such severity.
Sit down, Blair.
He waved at the pair of black leather armchairs facing his desk. Blair perched on the edge of one, keeping silent.
I know you are interested in moving up to an account executive position and leaving the art department.
Yes? Blair kept her tone neutral. Her uncle wasn't above dangling an opportunity and then yanking it out of reach when he sensed she wanted it too much. Ever since he had forced her father into early retirement 15 years ago through a cheap buyout of his half of the company's stock, her uncle had only Blair to kick around when he wanted to indulge in family pettiness.
Well, I'm offering you the position if you bring a specific client in for a 5-year contract.
He announced it offhandedly, as though he didn't even care. Who's the client? Blair asked.
The Seven Seas Beach Club on Paradise Island in the Bahamas.
He didn't even pause in examining whatever he was looking at on his computer. Blair's heart skipped a painful beat. Randall, that's one of Denver Ramsey's companies, isn't it? Her uncle continued to study his laptop screen.
It is. But do you want the account executive position?
Of course I do, she answered carefully, desperately searching for the right language that would mollify him and broach the real problem at hand. But you know we would be the last company that he would take a pitch from, let alone sign with. I would be escorted from his property by security. Her uncle was crazy for thinking that Denver Ramsey would let her near his accounts, not after what had happened between their fathers more than 15 years ago.
Blair, if you can land the Seven Seas account for 5 years with no termination options, I will sell you your father's partnership interest at 1/10 of the appraised market value.
His deep voice was almost oily, slickly sliding into her head and pulling out the one thing that could make her risk everything. Hearing that, the dozens of protests rambling through her head simply vanished. She could get her father's share of Bay Breeze Creative Solutions back. Her throat constricted slightly. That had been her dream, her true goal for the last 5 years when she'd first started working here, to earn back what her father had been forced to give up.
Well?
Her uncle sat back in his chair, his dark brown eyes almost a pair of obsidian pools that showed no emotion. Can I have until the end of the day to think about it? She saw the briefest flash of triumph in his eyes.
You have 1 hour.
Blair got to her feet and left her uncle's office. She returned to her cubicle and nearly collapsed in her seat. Could she do it? Could she find some way to convince Denver Ramsey that he should hire her for his advertising campaign? What could she possibly say to him that would change the past? Blair turned on her laptop and searched for Denver Ramsey on the internet. She hadn't kept tabs on him since her father had left the company 15 years ago. Of course, when that had happened, she'd been only 13 years old. All she remembered from back then was her mother crying a lot, and that her father had barely survived the shame of what he'd done to the Ramseys. Somehow, her damn uncle had coasted through it all without even a blemish. Life really wasn't fair. The moment she hit search, the screen filled with a dozen articles and photos, all featuring a tall, dark-haired god of a man who wore his suit in a way that made a woman clench her thighs together. She clicked on the Vanity Fair article from 2 years ago. The main photo in the article showed Denver wearing trousers and a white shirt that was halfway buttoned up as he leaned against the trunk of a palm tree. The azure sea and white sand created a tropical backdrop. The man was painfully beautiful. The title of the article read, "Wonder of the World, a True Paradise Escape." The article went on to describe Denver's meteoric rise in private equity and his transition to the development of one of the most exclusive island resorts in the world, all starting at the age of 23. Wow, who is that? He looks familiar, Kaylee asked as she popped into Blair's cubicle and sat in the spare chair that Blair kept for her. That's Denver Ramsey. Blair sighed as a headache began to pound behind her eyes. He's seriously hot as hell. Do you know him? Me? Blair shook her head. No, she had never met him, but she remembered him. It was hard to forget the picture of a 17-year-old boy standing by the grave of his father, who had died after losing his business because of her father. That image was burned into her brain for the rest of her life. Wait, scroll down, I want to read that. Kaylee scooted her chair closer. He lost his dad at 17 and had to leave high school to work full-time to support his mother. A ringing started in Blair's ears, piercing her skull like a distant train whistle. Kaylee kept reading aloud. He got his GED and got into Princeton on a full scholarship and worked part-time while still achieving a double major. Holy shit. Kaylee had had no idea. Denver had persevered and prospered after the great tragedy of losing his father and his home. He had built an empire all his own. If Blair hadn't felt sick at the thought of her father's part in Denver's adversity, she would have been honored and anxious to meet such a man and do business with him. Wait, Blair... Kaylee's voice softened as she pointed to a few lines in the article. That's your dad's old company, isn't it? The one that later became this company? Blair silently read the few lines Kaylee pointed to. Despite the unethical practices by Baywater Ad Agency that led to Mr. Ramsey's father's advertising agency being closed and investigated for wire and mail fraud and eventually his death, Mr. Ramsey has weathered the death of his father and created a fortune all his own, one above reproach. There was a quote from Denver in bold below that.
My father was later cleared by the FBI, but by then the damage was done. He died from the stress and trauma of the investigation. I would give anything to go back in time and tell him to stay calm, that it would soon be over and he would be proven innocent. But we can't go back, no matter how much we might want to.
The quote was accompanied by a moving profile shot of Denver sitting in the sand, his legs bent up and his arms resting on his knees as he gazed at the surf and the setting sun. What happened? Kaylee whispered. It's a long, awful story, but my dad made a mistake, one that cost him a lot. Blair didn't want to talk about that. Her father hadn't died like Denver's, but he had suffered greatly for the mistake he had made by accusing Denver's father of those crimes. So, why are you looking at him? Kaylee asked. I sense this isn't some rosy walk down memory lane. Blair closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Randall offered me an account executive position and 50% of the company if I can get Ramsey to sign a binding 5-year ad contract with us. Oh my God, Kaylee gasped. Are you going to do it? It's impossible. There's no way he'd even agree to meet with me. Blair opened her eyes and stared at the screen again, at the almost savage beauty of Denver Ramsey and the sea beyond him. He stood on the path to her dream, to owning half the agency her father had built. If she could get 50% under her control, she'd only have to wait for her uncle to retire, and then she would achieve her dream of running her own agency. Blair, you have what it takes. You're an amazing art director. You have an incredible vision for campaigns. Prepare one and then wow him. He would have to be insane not to want to work with you after you show him how capable you are at your job, family issues aside. It's worth a shot. If you don't try, you'll never know what might have happened, right? As always, her friend was right. Okay, but I'll need your help. I want to get down there in a week with a decent pitch. Wait, are you going to go to the Bahamas? Kaylee sighed. I hate you. Then she hugged Blair. Seriously, we'll lock this in and you'll get the promotion and your share of the company. I do not deserve a friend like you. Blair hugged her back. Just remember that when you're on some beach basking in the glory of the signed contract. I will, Blair promised with a chuckle. She opened her email account and sent a message to her uncle. I'll do it.
Denver Ramsey arched his body, dove through the cresting wave, and plunged into a world of brilliant blue water. The midday sun hit the frothing surface and scattered its beams into ripples of light that illuminated the coral reef just past the break line of the waves. He moved his arms in gentle strokes, pushing his way farther from shore as he studied the aquatic world beneath him. A peacock flounder coasted along the ocean floor, blending in almost seamlessly with the surrounding sand. A small octopus sprang off a nearby rock and drifted past him. He reached out and brushed his fingers over the trailing tentacles, and the octopus curled around his wrist, playfully exploring him with its small suckers before letting go and coasting back to the seafloor. A pair of bright yellow and green queen angelfish floated gracefully past him, completely undisturbed by human intrusion into their world. The ocean gave him such a sense of peace, one that he desperately needed. Even after all these years, Denver fought to keep the pain of the past and his responding anger under control. The sea had become his haven. Even though it was seemingly ever-changing, there was still a beautiful permanence to it that grounded him. He swam for another half-hour over the reefs before riding the waves back to shore. The strip of beach where he surfaced was part of the Seven Seas Beach Club's private property. Small grass huts dotted the beach a ways back from the waves, where they stayed clear of the tides. The guests of his resort lounged on beach chairs and on waterproof canopy beds, shielded from the sun by adjustable sunshades. The resort restricted occupancy levels so the beaches weren't crowded. Denver collected his cell phone and towel from one of the chairs and dried off his body before he checked his phone. His operations manager, Simon Wells, had left him a few text messages with polite but urgent requests to call him back. He dialed Simon's number and tossed his towel on the beach chair while he combed his fingers through his wet hair to get it out of his eyes. "Simon," he said the second his operations manager answered. "We just heard from the Fox Group. The owners, Jack and Ann Hudson, are coming next week to see you about your Bali resort proposal." The thrill of triumph surged through Denver. He'd had his eye on this deal for more than a year, but he needed a good investment group interested in exclusive resorts to back him. He wanted to recreate the magic of the Seven Seas Beach Club with his new idea. Atlantis Rising would be built on the coast of Bali by next year if he stayed on track. "That's great news. You'll make all the arrangements." "Yes, but we have a slight hitch." Simon cleared his throat. "Hitch?" "Yes. Jack Hudson wants you to call him. I've texted you his private cell number. He said he had a few questions he wanted to ask you." "Questions?" Denver repeated in a flat tone. "What kind of questions?" "I have no idea," Simon rushed to answer. "I'll handle it. Thanks, Simon." Denver hung up, and a moment later Hudson's cell number came through in a text. Denver dialed the number and waited. After 2 rings, Hudson answered. "This is Jack." "Jack, this is Denver Ramsey. Simon Wells, my operations manager, said you had a few questions for me." He eased down onto the beach chair and watched the light play on the surface of the ocean while he waited for Hudson to speak. "Denver, glad we got connected. I guess Wells told you we plan to come out and visit next week." "He did?" "Well, you know that my company is built on family relationships. My wife is my business partner. I've asked around about you, and everyone has the best things to say, but, well, the rumor is you can be ruthless in business. I used to be ruthless before I found Anne, but being in love, marrying her, it made me a better man and an even better businessman. I suppose what I'm asking is rather personal, but there's no nice way to say it. Are you planning on settling down? My wife and I would feel more comfortable knowing we are evenly paired in this deal for the Bali resort with a man who understands teamwork and relationships." Denver's grip tightened on his phone as he sensed the danger of losing out on the investment. It was ridiculous. Being a damn bachelor should have been an advantage, not a liability. "I keep my personal life rather private," he hedged as he ran through a dozen scenarios of what to say. His gaze settled on a pair of women who passed by him, both shooting coy smiles his way. An idea leapt into his mind. "I do have a serious girlfriend, Jack, but I have kept it quiet. In fact, I was planning to propose to her this week." "Oh, we hadn't heard," Hudson began. "Like I said, I keep my life private. After what happened to my father, you can't blame me." "That's true. I'm sorry I asked. It's important to us, that's all. I really need to know you're a team player, in for the long haul. A good relationship can show that." "Yeah." Denver couldn't believe it. He had to find a woman he could talk into posing as his girlfriend, pull off a quick proposal, and then keep up the pretense until contracts were signed. After that, he and his fiancée could have a change of heart. Well, it's settled then. We'll be on Paradise Island next week. I'll have my assistant send you our travel information once we have it. Wonderful, Denver replied, putting all the false cheer that he could muster into the word. Thankfully, Hudson didn't seem to notice. The moment the call ended, Denver threw his phone onto his towel and stifled a groan. He needed to find a fake fiancée, and fast.
2. 5 days later. Blair stepped off the small shuttle bus once it parked in front of the main lodge at the Seven Seas Beach Club, and her eyes widened. The resort was even more spectacular than the pictures on the website. She'd studied Seven Seas extensively as part of her research for her campaign before she'd left Chicago. The entire complex had a loose but logical layout, with the main lodge in the center, which housed a massive dining hall, reception room, lobby, and corporate offices as a central hub. The apartments and suites were arranged in separate buildings expanding outward like the arms of a starfish. It left her with the relaxed feeling of being able to walk everywhere but not being too far away from anything. "Welcome to the Seven Seas." The young man left the valet station and met her by the shuttle. "Thank you." She stepped aside to allow the other guests to exit the vehicle. "What's the name on your reservation?" The man pulled out a slender tablet and opened up the active reservation list. "Blair Ashworth." "Oh, yes, the Siren Bungalow in the Nautilus Complex. Let's get you all signed in, and then we'll have someone sit with you and explain the resort's layout and amenities before taking you to your lodgings." She followed the man into the lobby. It was a grand, circular room with white marble floors. Blue tile mosaics enhanced with brilliant gold and silver accented the lobby walls, and the domed ceiling was painted with detailed marine life. Sunlight poured through the atrium, making everything glow softly. After she checked in, she was given a silver wristband containing a waterproof chip. "You just hold up your wristband to the black pad on your door, and it will open up. It will activate the safe in your closet as well." Blair studied the fancy wristband. It had to be expensive, but it was genius. Keycards got lost too easily. "You can also upload funds into your account and use your wristband to pay for anything at the resort. Now, if you follow me, I'll get you a map and an escort to the Nautilus Complex." The man handed her a glossy foldable map and had a golf cart brought around. She and her luggage were loaded up, and the young woman in khaki shorts and a pale blue polo shirt grinned at her from the driver's seat. "Nautilus?" the woman asked. "Yep." Blair sat in the passenger seat of the golf cart, and then it shot forward. They cruised down a gravel path beneath the palm trees. "I'm Erica. Is this your first time here?" the driver asked. "Yes, both at the resort and in the Bahamas. It's so beautiful here." Erica chuckled. "Island living either draws a person in completely or it doesn't attract them whatsoever. You love it or you hate it. I came here for spring break at age 20 and fell in love. I went back to college and switched my major to hospitality and hotel management. Then I graduated, got a job here, and haven't left since except to go home to see my family on holidays." "Really? What about island life attracts you?" Blair asked. Erica was the perfect person to talk to for inspiration for Blair's pitch to Denver Ramsey. "I guess it's that I feel closer to nature. There is a peace here that is hard to explain. Even though there are wild storms sometimes, you still feel restful here. The pace of life is slower, your stress lower, and the beauty. All the blues, golds, yellows, and whites," Erica added thoughtfully. "Cheery but peaceful colors. I noticed the hotel has a color scheme that's limited, carefully thought out, well-designed and consistent." Erica nodded as she took a turn in the cart, driving down another pathway. "The hotel owner had an active hand in the design. He didn't leave a single detail out when he created this place. Every apartment has its own theme, and the overall resort was built with an intense dedication to the ocean, so the fantasy of the sea is unparalleled." "Could you give me an example of that?" Erica checked her watch as she stopped in front of a series of close-set bungalows. A large sign with a nautilus shell indicated they had reached the right place.
Be sure to schedule a dinner reservation near the aquarium at 7 tonight and you'll see. It's worth it.
Blair made a mental note.
You're in Siren, so that's the first one here. You remember the way we came?
Erica lifted her suitcase from the golf cart.
Yeah, Blair assured her. Excellent. Well, if you need anything, call the front desk or dial 0.
With a wave, Erica headed back up the path in the golf cart, and Blair turned toward the bungalow. It was a 3-room suite with a master bath and a cozy porch that faced the sea. The view was worth every penny. The privately owned beach restricted access to it, which meant only a handful of grass huts and chairs dotted the white sandy shore a quarter of a mile from her bungalow. Blair lifted her suitcase up the 3 steps to the porch and activated her door lock with her wristband. Then she rolled her suitcase deeper inside and left it by the bedroom so she could admire the suite. Sea blue walls with white trim and classy mermaid-accented decoration pieces made Blair feel like she was fully immersed in a seascape. The white wooden bookshelves and dining room table were covered with various shells, from large conch shells to flat silver dollars. She picked up one of the larger shells, her fingertips coasting along the soft pink inner surface of the shell's opening. Then she placed the shell back down and explored the rest of the rooms before she came back for her suitcase. Before she started on work, she wanted to take an hour to soak up some rays on the beach. She changed into a modest 2-piece swimsuit. The bright red color looked good with her long brown hair, which she tied back to keep it from getting hopelessly windblown. Then she grabbed her sunglasses, hat, sandals, and a towel. The walk to the beach was pleasant, and by the time she got to the white sand and slipped off her sandals, that sense of peace Erica had talked about had settled over Blair. She wriggled her toes in the pale, warm grains and let out a relaxed sigh. A light breeze cooled her skin and rippled through the fronds of the nearby palm trees. As much as she was enjoying herself, she was also making mental notes about the atmosphere of the resort property, as well as the influence of nature. Later this week, she would take some photos to add to her pitch, assuming Denver didn't feed her to the sharks before then. The thought of Denver and his inevitable anger encroached on the peace of the beach. The sun had sunk lower in the sky by the time she collected her towel and slipped her sandals back on. She made her way across the beach and paused to take one last look at the view of sunlight on the water before she turned back toward the resort. She drew in a calm, deep breath that seemed to fill her lungs with tranquility itself. Erica was right. Now that she was here, she never wanted to leave. As she spun around, she collided with a wall of hard muscle and stumbled back. She barely stopped herself from falling as strong hands curled around her upper arms and lifted her up to stare into Denver Ramsey's gorgeous hazel eyes.
My apologies.
His voice rumbled low and deliciously deep. It sent her straight into dark, delicious fantasies of him in bed and all the things he could say with that voice that would melt her into a puddle. He didn't know her, so he didn't recognize her, and for that she was grateful. They had never met before, though she had always been aware of him since the day she'd seen photos of him at his father's funeral. But unless he had stalked her online, he couldn't know her face. He would soon, and when he did, the charming smile now on his lips would twist into a hateful sneer. She couldn't judge him for it. He had every right to hate her. Still, she had to try to win his account for herself and her father. "No, it was my fault. I'm so sorry," she replied.
The view this time of day is beautiful, isn't it?
He asked as he released her. "It's stunning." She glanced back at the water before looking at him again. She had a moment to observe him without his notice. He wore dark blue swim trunks and held a mask and a snorkel in his hand. His chest was bare and his skin was golden from the sun. The masculine perfection of his physique, which had been only hinted at in the Vanity Fair pictures, was on full display now. He wasn't simply handsome. He was a sea god who drowned helpless women in the waves of their desperate desire for him. Blair had never imagined any man could live up to fantasies, but Denver put those fantasies to shame. And in a matter of hours, he was likely going to kill her.
Will you be staying here at the resort long?
Denver asked her.
What?
Oh, yes, about a week, I hope. She deliberately neglected to introduce herself. And you? She already knew the answer, of course, but it was better to pretend she didn't.
Yes.
He lied smoothly, perhaps even better than she did. For a second, she was angry with him, but logically she understood. If he went around telling everyone he was the owner of the resort, then he would be swarmed by people wanting both him and his money.
Can I escort you somewhere?
He offered. It was tempting, too tempting, to let herself imagine him doing just that, escorting her back to her little bungalow, and what could happen if she let him get her anywhere near a bed. A blush warmed her face, and desire flushed her body with wave after wave of heat. No, I'll be fine. You look like you're headed for a swim. I wouldn't want to interrupt. Her skin pebbled slightly at the feel of his possessive gaze drinking her in. Her nipples hardened into points, and she knew he could see that. Clearing his throat, he glanced down at his snorkel mask.
Oh, right. Swimming.
Then he flashed her a dazzling smile that just about erased all rational thoughts for a good couple of seconds.
Perhaps I'll see you later.
He raised a brow in a teasing challenge. Perhaps. She couldn't resist smiling a little at him before she walked away. Who knew she liked playing with fire? Because when he saw her later, she knew with dreadful certainty that he wouldn't be happy about her being her, and she would definitely get burned.
Denver watched the bombshell in the red bikini saunter away and felt as though his entire body was on fire. God, he wanted to grab her hips and feel them sway in his hold. She had some serious curves, the kind that made a man forget his name. Speaking of names, he needed to know hers. She continued down the path to the Siren Bungalow. He would have to call Simon and ask who she was. As much as he enjoyed a swim, he now had a far more intriguing prospect in front of him. He pulled his cell out of his pocket and dialed his operations manager. Simon, what's my schedule this evening? You have an appointment with an advertising firm. That's at 8 p.m. Then reserve my table for dinner at 7 and send an invitation to the Siren Bungalow. I just met the occupant, and she was something. Simon chuckled. Very well, I can do that. Who am I meeting with this evening? Let me see. Denver heard a shuffling of paper, and then Simon replied, The Bay Breeze Agency? The feeling of elation and excitement for tonight's dinner with a mystery brunette died. You're sure? Yes? Why, is that a problem? Denver trusted Simon like a brother, but he hadn't told him the full story about his father and who had been involved in his downfall. The company that had destroyed Denver's life and his mother's life had a shiny new name, but it was still run by Randall Ashworth, one of the two men who'd wrecked his father. Shock and rage tore through Denver like a riptide. I can cancel the meeting. Miss Ashworth is staying for the week at the resort, but she may leave if I cancel. A strange ringing filled Denver's ears. Blair Ashworth is here. On my property. Yes, let's see. Oh. The single syllable held a heaviness that Denver didn't like. What is it? He was certain he wasn't going to like what his friend told him next. That woman you thought was something? In the Siren Bungalow? That's Blair Ashworth. Oh, she's something, all right. Denver nearly snarled into the phone before he regained control. So, cancel dinner and the meeting? Simon queried, concern clear in the softness of his words. Denver glared at the waves rolling in. Damn the sea and its ability to calm him down when he wanted to rightfully rage. No. He gave himself a moment to think. Go ahead and keep the meeting. And send the dinner invite as planned. Are you sure? Just do it. Denver hung up. Maybe he needed that swim after all, because tonight he was going to get a close-up view of the daughter of the man who had ruined his life. And then, when he was ready, he would send her running for the hills.
Blair got out of the shower just in time to hear someone knock on the front door of the bungalow. She hastily pulled on a robe and rushed to the front room to open the door. Erica stood there with a dark blue envelope in her hand. What's this? A dinner invitation. She beamed at Blair. Apparently, my boss ran into you earlier and he likes you. Your boss? Blair tried to pretend she didn't know who Erica worked for. Yeah, he would like you to join him for dinner tonight. If you want to go, the details are in here. She passed Blair the envelope. For a second, Blair almost giggled. It was like she was in middle school again, receiving notes from a boy who liked her. Thanks. She watched Erica walk away before she closed the door and opened the envelope.
Miss Siren Bungalow guest. I hope you don't mind the forward gesture, but I retained a private table for dinner tonight at 7, and would love for you to join me this evening. Cordially, the man who rudely bumped into you this afternoon.
Blair's heart leapt, then stilled. Denver had invited her to dinner. He didn't know who she was yet, but he would the second she had to tell him her full name. She desperately wanted to have dinner with him, to see him relaxed and charming. It might give her a chance to charm him outside of a business environment so he'd be in a good mood and willing to listen to her ideas. She'd never get another chance to spend time with him like this if she didn't seize the opportunity. But what could she say? Could she keep her true identity from him during dinner long enough to enjoy herself? If she was smart, she would leave now, check out and catch a flight home as soon as possible. If she could pitch her campaign to him at least once, she could survive whatever came next, no matter how bad it was. Blair set the invitation on the dining table and went to dry her hair and dress for dinner. This might be her only night here if he decided to throw her off the property, so she might as well try to enjoy it. She'd figure out a way to keep her name from him somehow, at least long enough to have dinner. She wore a navy knee-length dress with sleeves and a pair of blue heels that were less beachy and more formal since she would be going to his office right after dinner. Even if he did toss her out, at least she would look nice. She tried to enjoy the walk to the lobby, even though she felt a bit like she was walking to her doom. The sun setting below the main building and the golden chandeliers above illuminated the entrance of the lobby and the interior. The blue, gold, and silver walls seemed almost to ripple with the light as though the lobby was underwater.
Are you here for dinner?
A man in a hotel uniform asked her. Yes, I received this. She held up the invitation. When the man saw it, his eyes lit up.
Right this way. Your table is ready.
She was escorted through the main dining room. The back wall was a massive aquarium with a full coral reef filled with tropical fish. It was a detailed habitat that rivaled any of the best aquariums in the United States. The floor-to-ceiling glass let the dinner guests view the underwater world in all its stunning glory. Suddenly, her lips parted in shock at what she saw.
First time.
The man escorting her to her table smiled and nodded at what had captured her attention. A man and a woman were swimming in the tank. No, a merman and a mermaid. Their blue and green tails shimmered in the light as they drifted past a part of the reef. It was an utterly breathtaking thing to witness. Those aren't... She laughed nervously, wondering if she was imagining it.
Real? He laughed. No, but they are wearing the most expensive, most realistic silicone tails available. Mr. Ramsey wants guests to have a magical experience while they're here.
It was definitely magical, and it completely changed her initial vision for the ad campaign she had planned to pitch him.
Here at the Seven Seas, we want you to feel like you're part of the ocean.
The hotel employee added as she followed him around the backside of the aquarium. They passed by dozens of candlelit tables with couples dining in the dim gold light. The faint clink of silverware on expensive china and the distant roar of the sea was a lulling combination. As they rounded the side of the aquarium, she entered a private area with a single circular booth that faced the tank from the opposite side of the dining hall. Of course, the owner of a hotel would have a discreet place to dine with his guests or alone. Blair halted as she saw a tall figure in a suit standing silhouetted in front of the glass of the aquarium.
Here we are,
the employee announced before abandoning her. The tall figure turned around. She had known it would be Denver, but seeing him in person, with a glowing underwater world of magic and color behind him, was something she would never forget as long as she lived.
I'm glad you came,
he said, a teasing smile on his lips.
I was afraid you might not.
I almost didn't. That wasn't a lie, at least.
I'm Denver.
he said and held out a hand to her. Blair. She smiled back, glad she didn't have to say her last name. He held her hand a moment too long, while an electric shock of pure feminine awareness rippled through her. Now, more than ever, she wished their fathers didn't have a dark history, that she and Denver really were just two strangers who had bumped into each other on the most gorgeous beach she had ever seen, and were now about to have a romantic dinner together.
Please, sit.
He waved for her to slide into the booth. Then he joined her on the other side. So, according to the person who delivered the dinner invitation, you own the hotel, she said, still playing the game of not knowing who he was and hating herself for it.
I do.
He was studying her, his gaze intense, as though if he looked at her long enough he would be able to read her every thought.
Let's not talk about mundane things like what we do for a living. I want to know you. What makes you, you?
Blair hadn't expected that. He was purposely keeping her off guard, and she didn't know why. If he knew who she really was, he'd be shouting at her or calling for security. Like what? She reached for her cloth napkin on the table, absently twisting the fabric in her lap. When she noticed him looking, she put one hand on the table, trying to straighten her silverware. He reached across the table and caught her hand in one of his, holding it still.
You're nervous,
he observed. Yes, of course I am. She tried to laugh.
Is it because of me?
He stroked his thumb over her hand, and again sparks seemed to leap between them.
Are you afraid of me? Afraid I'll ravish you right here on the table, Miss Ashworth?
Her gaze shot to his in sudden panic as he said her name.
Yes.
His lip curled in a cold half-smile.
I know who you are. I also know that you secured a meeting with me through my operations manager for later this evening.
Denver's eyes never left hers as the teasing warmth from moments ago completely vanished. Blair started to slide away, but his grip tightened on her wrist. He wasn't hurting her, but she couldn't get free.
Stay, Miss Ashworth. This is what you came for, isn't it? I must say, I'm impressed that you had the courage to set foot on my island.
Blair bit back the retort that he didn't own the Bahamas, but she kept quiet because she wanted to try to last long enough to pitch her campaign to him. When she forced herself to relax, he let go of her hand and leaned back with a smug expression that should not have turned her on, but God help her, it did. She couldn't help but hate him for hating her, and how that turned her on. She was going to need therapy, thanks to him, because if he tried to ravish her on the table like he said, she'd not only let him, she'd be begging for it. This was not a side of herself she was familiar with. She'd always enjoyed sex, had a healthy appetite for it, but she'd never wanted someone as bad as she wanted this man, and it made zero sense. It was like a rabbit wanting to cuddle up beside a wolf. If you know why I'm here, then why are you letting me stay? Why haven't you tossed me out?
That's just it. I don't know why you're here.
A flash of puzzlement appeared in his eyes as he continued to study her. I'm here to pitch an advertising campaign to you. He laughed, the sound both harsh and beautiful all at once.
There's more to it than that. I want the whole story. You tell me, and be honest about it. And I'll let you make your pitch before I send you packing.
Blair held her tongue. She couldn't tell him the full truth. It was too personal, and he would think she was hoping her dad would get back into the company he'd been forced out of. None of that would help her cause. So the only option was to keep it simple. I'm trying to earn a promotion. Right now, I'm just an art development director, but if you become a client for 5 years, then I'll be promoted to an account executive. It's been my dream for a long time.
That's it. A simple promotion. Miss Ashworth.
He scoffed. A flash of anger made her interrupt him. She wasn't going to let him push her around. It's not simple. My boss is an egotistical jerk who will never promote me unless I do the impossible.
Like win over someone impossible. Like me.
Comprehension lit his eyes, and then pity slipped over his features for a second before he masked it. She didn't want his pity. I told you the reason. Now, will you still hear me out and let me pitch you? She didn't dare mention anything about regaining control of her father's half of the company. That would be the last thing to win him over as an ally. Denver leaned in, a crooked smile curving his lips as he spoke.
Miss Ashworth, I'll be blunt. There's only one thing I want from you, and I'm quite sure it's the last thing you would agree to.
His voice was deep, full of wry amusement, and it rattled the battlements of her defenses, threatening to reach the very core of her. How could a man like him be so damn hot when he was insulting her? The lust burning in his hazel eyes scorched her. If you think I'll sleep with you to get your business, you're not as brilliant as I thought. She paused, reined in her temper, and regained her control. The heat, both of desire and anger, still simmered between them, but she forced herself back on track. She licked her lips, and his eyes tracked the movement, and she swallowed. Blair straightened her shoulders and projected more confidence than she actually felt. Please, just let me pitch to you. Half an hour, then you never have to see me again. He didn't take his eyes off her.
Very well, you have the floor.
He gestured like a king, giving his royal permission to begin her plea. Shit. She wasn't ready, not after having seen the place up close. There were so many things that she wanted to include in her pitch. She felt now that her presentation was utterly inadequate. But this was her one chance to get through to him. Blair cleared her throat and leaned forward, letting herself fall into work mode. Well, now that I'm here, there are things I want to add to my presentation. Your current marketing strategy is missing some key points. What I've seen here makes 7 Seas magical, but that glow is missing from your current materials. Right now, online at least, this feels just like another high-end resort, of which there are hundreds.
Ouch,
Denver replied with a dark smirk at her bluntness. You wanted honesty. She let that statement fill the air between them. His answer was a slight nod of acknowledgement, his eyes heavy on her face. She continued, more confident now. This place is incredible, truly. You have taken it to another level. It's not just expensive aquariums and cabanas by the beach. It's the dedication to details, and is a focus on the magic of the sea in an alluring and mysterious Atlantis sort of way rather than a Disneyland approach. Not that Disney is bad, but you have a different clientele, and we need not only to sell them on this place, but we also need to captivate them with the magic you bring to the resort. She faltered as she realized the various meanings he could take from that. Her eyes widened and her breath stopped, and he watched her, the aquarium light dancing on his strong jaw. She buried the sudden swell of a dozen confusing emotions within her. She had to finish her comment strong while she had his full attention. That needs to be essential in your branding, and it's missing right now. If you ever want to expand this to a new location and need new investment partners, you'll have to solidify your brand. Blair stopped talking as she realized she had gone into strategizing mode in front of a man who seemed torn between strangling her and fucking her brains out. He didn't say anything for a long second. She tried to ignore the heat the man was giving off, and the way her senses picked up on everything. Her own skin felt hot, and a faint sheen of sweat emerged on her face, but she didn't move. She didn't say anything else, even though she was desperate to plead with him to give her a fair shot. Just being near him had awoken something fierce inside her that wasn't simply physical attraction. She felt challenged to prove to him that she was skilled and every bit his equal if they worked together on this campaign.
I will give you 2 days to do whatever you want on my island, and add whatever you need to your pitch.
He leveled a dark, serious look at her that made her entire body burst into invisible flames.
2 days, Miss Ashworth.
He got out of the booth and strode away, leaving her completely alone. The light from the massive aquarium rippled across the dark blue leather of the booth and the table and onto her hands. They were trembling. She was still alive. She was still here, and she had bought herself a few days' time to try to win him over. Had she really gotten through to him? Maybe a little. She shivered as she recalled the look in his eyes a second before he stood. It was a look of raw lust. He had only one thing on his mind, and it wasn't her presentation. He had warned her. All he wanted was her in his bed. While the most basic animal part of her wanted that too, it would be the worst idea she'd ever had. Focus on the project, not the insanely gorgeous sea god who probably would give you the best hate sex of your life. Yeah, definitely don't think about that.
3. "Dare I ask how dinner went?" Simon asked as Denver slammed the door to his office closed. "We didn't eat," he snapped, then paced the length of his office. The large window and balcony of his suite of offices overlooked the beach. Moonlight spilled onto the dark water as it rolled in with the tide. The fury rippling through him began to ebb at the mere view of the sea. "I figured," his friend chuckled. "You were only gone 15 minutes. Is the meeting off?" "For now." She talked me into delaying it. She fed me some line about wanting to change her pitch now that she's here. He halted his pacing at the sight of a woman strolling along the beach beneath the moonlight, her hair dark and her body shapely. His body tensed, his heart pounding against his ribs as he strained for a better look. And then he sighed. It wasn't her. His sudden disappointment at that fact only made him more frustrated. I don't think that's necessarily a line. Most good advertisers like to visit the space they plan to try to represent and add materials. Denver grunted in response and threw himself into his chair. The real reason he was on edge had nothing to do with Blair's marketing presentation. Seeing her again, and knowing who she was, only made him more desperate for her. The thought of tossing her on his bed, seeing her dark hair spread out on his white sheets and peeling off that little dress to see what her modest two-piece swimsuit had hidden underneath, and then just taking her as wild and hard as they both could stand. It left him as hard as a rock and frustrated as hell. He wanted to fuck her to death, to burn her right out of his system, and then maybe he'd feel better and be able to move on. "You okay?" Simon asked. "What?" He hadn't realized Simon was still there. "You have this whole I'm going to strangle someone look. You want to tell me what's really going on?" Denver tried to shrug off his anger. It was easier thought than done. "She is Paul Ashworth's daughter, the man who put the FBI onto my father." Simon's face drained of color. "Christ, why didn't you tell me?" "Because I wasn't sure how I wanted to handle it. I'd never met her before. I just knew she existed. And to find out she was the woman I met on the beach." He stopped short of saying that he wanted her. That wasn't the right word. Craved was more accurate. "So, what's the plan? We could send her home, but it wouldn't look good to have a guest who paid up front tossed off our property." The thought of throwing her off his land gave him far too much pleasure, yet the thought of not seeing her again, not listening to her voice, full of excitement, or not seeing the way her cheeks flushed when he stared at her, left him strangely desperate to prevent her from leaving. He'd given her 2 days, and the panicked clench of his gut eased at the realization that he had more time with her. "No, she's staying a few more days. I agreed to let her pitch to me." He shook his head. "Because I'm a fool." Simon pretended to be casual as he pulled out his phone. "When is the new pitch meeting?" "To be determined," Denver muttered. "She wants a few days to add some things." "Well, keep me informed, and you might consider sending her dinner." "Why?" "Because you invited her for dinner, then ditched her." Damn Simon, he was right. If Denver had been in a better mood, he would have eaten dinner with her, but now he wasn't hungry. Maybe she wasn't either, but he had been raised a gentleman. "How did your talk with Jack Hudson go?" Simon asked. Denver was grateful for his friend's careful change of subject, but he wasn't happy with what he had to report to Simon. "The man wanted to know why I'm not married. He believes my bachelorhood makes me risky to invest with. It's absolute bullshit from the 1950s. "Married? You?" Simon snorted as he barely stopped himself from laughing. "Just because I like to keep things simple and not tie myself to one woman." "Hundreds," Simon corrected as he failed completely this time to stifle his laughter. "Point is," Denver emphasized over his friend's amusement, "I need to find a woman I can trust who will pretend to be my fiancée while Hudson and his wife are here." He still couldn't believe he even had to deal with this. Being married, or even seriously dating someone, had no influence on how he worked. But if this bizarre requirement helped him seal the deal with Hudson, he'd do it. The man and his wife were steady investors, the kind who would be in it for the long haul. And that was something special given the volatility and ephemeral nature of most investment companies these days. I suppose we could ask someone on the staff, but you'll need to be convincing. If Mrs. Hudson sees you with some woman and there's no chemistry, no spark, she'll know you're faking it. You have a point. I also don't like the imbalance of power. It could look like coercion for me to be dating an employee. Denver tapped his fingers on his desk as he mentally ran through the list of his staff members. He didn't want anyone he chose from his staff to be upset when they had to end the relationship. "Oh, dear God," Simon said, sitting up straight. "What?" Denver sat up as well. "I have either the best idea or the worst one ever." Simon's face reddened, and it was then that Denver realized what his friend was thinking. "No way in hell." Denver slammed his hand down on his desk. "Wait, just think for a minute," Simon insisted. "I know you aren't going to consider using her company for the new ad campaign, but maybe if you commit to at least truly considering it, she'll play the fiancé. And she won't mind when you break it off, which I'm guessing was your plan all along with whoever you picked, right? She won't be silly enough to fall in love with you like someone else might. In a way, she's the safest bet you have for this. Besides, you said yourself you were attracted to her." His body loved the idea, perhaps a little too much, but his mind firmly shut down the idea. "That's insane, Simon. What if she tries to hold me to it? The last thing I want is to be stuck married to her." He could think of no worse nightmare than having that bastard Paul Ashworth as his father-in-law. "So, make a contract if you think you need protection. You get a fake fiancé, she gets genuine consideration on her pitch. It's a win-win. Although I really don't even think you need the contract. It's not like you can't call the thing off whenever you want. She'll be discreet because it would look bad for her if it got out that she'd faked a relationship just to get a chance to do business with you." Denver got to his feet, ready to move again to quell the renewed restlessness. "I can't." "Why not? The woman is gorgeous. You said you were attracted to her." "Attraction isn't the problem. Affection is." He couldn't fake affection for that woman, not when he hated her with every fiber of his being. Simon's blue eyes were suddenly deep pools of understanding. "There's a fine line between love and hate." Simon paused, holding Denver's gaze. "Maybe just take a tiny step across it now and then. You might be surprised at how easy it is." Denver stared at him. "If this blows up in my face—" Yeah, Simon replied with a smug grin. "It's my ass." "You bet it is." Denver stalked toward his office door. "Don't forget to bring her some dinner." Simon's words and laughter followed him out.
Blair was curled up on the couch, her paperwork and mock-up campaign ads spread out over her lap while she watched TV in her pajamas. The soft chime of her front door drew her to her feet. She figured it must be Erica or one of the other hotel staff. She had made a call to see if she could have some snacks delivered since she'd missed dinner. She opened the door and froze. Denver stood there, glaring, still wearing his perfectly tailored dark gray suit and holding a large metal case in his arms.
"I brought you dinner."
His tone was gruff and Blair wasn't sure what to say.
Do you want to eat or not?"
He held up the metal case. In that moment, her stomach chose to grumble, loudly, and his eyes lowered to her stomach. He arched one brow as if daring her to argue against her own stomach. "I could eat?" Dumbfounded, she stepped back and opened the door wider to let him enter. He strode past her and set the case on the dining room table. In one smooth motion, he slid out of his jacket and tossed it carelessly over the back of the couch, and then rolled up his shirt sleeves. Blair swallowed audibly as she took in the way he naturally dominated his environment without a second thought. When he removed the dishes from the case, she saw 2 plates of fish and salad.
"The chef's recommendation is a lemon-basted sea bass over a bed of wild rice. I hope you like fish."
He put his hands on his hips, still glowering a little. "Yes, thank you. I love fish. Let me get some glasses of water." She half turned, but he caught her arm. Sparks flew instantly between them, and her gaze shot to his as they both stared at where he touched her. Lust wasn't far behind his frown as he slowly released her.
"I also have the drinks covered."
He showed her the bottle of chilled white wine and retrieved 2 stemless glasses from the cabinets in her kitchenette. She stared at him, still totally confused about why he was here, with her, with dinner, when it was so clear he wanted to be elsewhere.
Please sit,
he said with less of a scowl. She chose a seat and watched him prepare her place and his before he dug in his trouser pocket for a small bottle opener. After he poured 2 glasses of wine, he held her glass out to her and gestured for them to sit. As she sipped the wine Denver had given her, Blair suddenly imagined herself as Persephone in Hades' realm, being given the pomegranate fruit that would seal her fate and tie her to his dark, sinful world. But she was wrong. This man was no underworld god, he was a sea god. Even now, his eyes instinctively drifted toward the moonlit water out the window. "Thank you for dinner," she murmured as she finally got comfortable in the chair opposite him at the small table. They ate in silence at first. The sea bass was exquisitely cooked, and the white wine brought out all of the meal's flavors to perfection. They played a game of eyes meeting slowly, then darting glances away and back again, over and over, as though neither of them knew what to say. It was intimate, this meal, this moment. And even more so because she wore her cotton shorts and button-up pajama top while he was still fully dressed. That subtle imbalance of power created by their clothing made her vulnerable. If this hadn't been Denver, this sort of thing was something she'd always dreamed about. Getting home from work early, changing into her PJs, and then sharing dinner with her boyfriend after a long work week. Then she'd get him out of his clothes and into their bed. Blair hadn't done a lot of serious dating. She was more of a casual fling type, never really feeling the men in her romantic sphere were the one. But Denver came closer to her idea of a dream man than any man she'd ever met. And yet he would never be anything to her because of what her father had done. She took a few bites of the sea bass in silence. He had brought the food, so she would let him lead the conversation, or lack thereof.
"I have a proposition for you,"
he said after a long moment, his gaze leaving hers. "A proposition?" she echoed.
"I have potential investors coming this week. They arrive tomorrow and will be evaluating the 7 Seas for a possible partnership in another resort I have planned for Bali."
He speared a piece of his fish with his fork and paused. "Okay, how do I fit in?" His mention of Bali had her immediately engaged. Maybe he needed a campaign for that instead of 7 Seas. It would be easy enough to switch gears.
"The company, the Fox Group, is run by a married couple. The owners are Jack Hudson and his wife, Anne. They will also be evaluating me, not just my hotel."
A tick worked in Denver's jaw. Evaluating how? Blair knew she would have to drag the details out of him. He gave a shrug.
"My ability to work with their team. They've made some assumptions based on my reputation."
"Oh." Blair put the pieces together. "You mean the endless womanizing and ballsy boardroom tactics paint a risky picture for a group looking to partner with you in the long term?" Blair could have smacked herself. She shouldn't have said that. She had no right to criticize him, even if she was correct.
"So you understand the problem?"
"Yes, but again, how do I fit in?" Her nerves crawled under her skin. She had a feeling that whatever he planned to say next would pull the rug out from under her feet.
"I told Hudson I have a girlfriend and that I'm planning to propose to her this week."
There went the rug, and the floor below that. Blair sucked in a breath as the violent plummeting sensation filled her so quickly that she would have swayed if she hadn't been sitting down. "And me?" she whispered. Denver's eyes flashed once, brief but hot over her body.
"You will be my girlfriend. I'll propose to you sometime this week in front of Hudson and his wife. If you help me sell the romance of the century, I will actually consider working with you."
For a second, her mind ran amok with daydreams of being this man's wife and all the things that could mean, before his last few words sank in. "Wait, you weren't going to consider me before?" Blair's head spun with a sudden shift between despair and hope.
"I was going to humor you and hear your presentation, but really consider it? No."
His words hit her in the ribs, bruising them more than she'd ever expected he could without touching her.
"But if you do this, if you help me get the Fox Group to invest in Atlantis Rising in Bali, I'll give you a fair shot at the contract. 5 years, no out clause. I'll spend so much money on ads that your dear uncle's eyes will roll back in his head with dollar signs, and you'll be able to bathe in entire pools of champagne paid for by the deals you'll make as an account executive when other companies come to you for advertising."
Blair wasn't stupid. Pacts with the devil always had a catch. "What's the catch?" she asked, her voice wary.
"No catch, but there will be things we will have to do together that won't be easy."
He swirled his wine glass while watching her with a hooded look.
"We'll have to act like we actually like each other and are wildly in love. I need to know tonight if you're in. But you have to convince me that you can act in love, like you're addicted to me. If you can, then we have a deal."
Blair was silent a long moment before she took a sip of her wine. Then she set the glass down on the table, her heart sprinting like a frightened rabbit as she realized she was going to do this, and now she had to prove she could. She wanted her share of her father's company back. She wanted a future leading the ad agency. She also wanted Denver, and she knew how easy it would be to play a woman who was obsessed with him. Modern women could have relationships with no strings attached. She'd been doing it for years. But why did this feel different than all of her other casual hookups? Was it because she was having to show emotion for the first time? Her heart had to be engaged, and she wasn't going to have to fake that much with him because she'd already felt more than was wise when it came to him. Prove you can pretend to be in love with the man of every woman's dreams. The man of your dreams. It was hard to tell what was reality and what was fantasy she'd created in her mind now that she'd committed to this plan. She pushed her chair back and rose, then circled the table, coming up behind his chair. She rested her hands lightly on his shoulders. "I've been waiting for you to come home, honey," she purred as she leaned in to kiss the shell of his ear, then lightly nibbled his lobe. He went rigid beneath her touch as she slid her hands down the front of his shirt and began to unbutton it just enough to create space for her hands to slide beneath his shirt and caress his bare chest. She lightly raked her nails against his skin. "Did you miss me while you were at work?" She pressed a kiss to his neck as her hands moved down farther until she was playing with the buckle of his belt. His breath turned shallow as she traced the silver buckle with her fingertips. Pure euphoria filled her at the thought of the power she wielded over him, how her touch had turned him rigid with hunger. When she was certain she had his full attention, she pulled her hands away and stepped back. "Convincing enough?" she asked. Somehow she had managed to keep her own raw desire from escaping in a rush of flames. She wasn't sure who had been more affected, him or her. Denver cleared his throat and reached for his wine, taking a gulp.
"Yes, I suppose that will do."
That will do? Did he want a damned lap dance? Blair curled her fists at her sides. "And you? How do I know you can play the part of the besotted lover?" she challenged.
"I think I can handle it."
He finished the last of his wine with a smirk. "Prove it then," she fired back. He stood and towered over her. Blair swallowed and automatically retreated at the fire in his hazel eyes. Was it the fire of anger or lust, or both? She kept moving backward as he advanced until she was trapped against the wall, his hips pressed tight to hers, and she felt all of him digging into her waist through her cotton pajamas. He placed one hand on her hip, and the other caught the back of her neck, holding her his sensual prisoner for his every desire.
"I'm glad to be home, baby. Glad to have you in my arms. You know what you do to me."
He rolled his hips, his hard, aroused cock taut against his trousers as he rocked against her.
"You're my everything, Blair."
He murmured her name seductively, his lashes fanning down as he gazed at her mouth and licked his lips.
"You're the breath in my lungs, the beat in my heart, the blood in my very veins. I'm nothing without you."
His eyes lifted back to hers, and God help her, she believed every honeyed word dripping from his kissable lips. He blinked, and that cold arrogance returned. He stepped back and left her clinging against the wall, trying to catch her breath.
"Was that proof enough?"
He buttoned 2 buttons of his shirt back up and smoothed his dark hair back with one hand. She managed a shaky nod. Yes, that was proof enough. Almost too convincing.
"Well, Are you in, Miss Ashworth?
Denver retrieved his coat and tossed it over one arm. Blair instinctively pulled the collar of her top closed like a shield. Could she do this? Fake a relationship with Denver Ramsey, a believable, epic romance with a man who saw her as his mortal enemy? Yes, I'm in. The words came out surprisingly firm, despite how much she was trembling inside at the thought.
Then meet me in the lobby tomorrow morning at 7 for breakfast.
7. She nodded. He packed up the remnants of their dinner and put them away in the metal carrying case. Blair rushed to open the door for him, and he stepped outside. Good night, Denver, she suddenly called out, glad that the shadows on the porch hid the rising blush in her cheeks. He halted a few feet from the porch steps and glanced over his shoulder at her.
I'll see you in the morning.
Then he turned and walked away into the night.
Denver set the metal case down inside the massive kitchen at the back of the Seven Seas restaurant. The chef and a few of the staff were cleaning up from dinner. Evening, Christian, Denver greeted the chef as the man collected the metal travel container from the counter. Christian Michaels was one of his friends from Princeton, a man who'd worked his way up to an Ivy League school without a check from a rich parent's bank account. He'd gone on to a culinary school in France afterward, but Denver had stayed in touch with him, and he'd been thrilled to offer Christian the head chef position at the resort last year. Well, how did she like the sea bass? Christian's blue eyes filled with excitement as he waited to hear about Blair's reaction. She said she's never tasted anything finer, Denver said. He honestly didn't know whether Blair had liked it or not. Odds were, knowing Christian's incredible culinary skills, she had. But Denver had been extremely preoccupied with his proposal of a fake relationship, and hadn't once thought about the perfect dinner his friend had prepared for them. Thanks for making the 2 plates. I know the kitchen was about to close, Denver said. Happy to do it. I heard you sort of ran out on dinner earlier, so I was glad to make them for you. He had run out, more like stormed out, of his private booth like an angry child. He wasn't proud of it, but he'd made it right tonight at the Siren Bungalow. I'm glad she enjoyed it. Christian beamed. I heard from Simon that she's stunning. You always find the best ones. Denver usually enjoyed his womanizing reputation, but something about lumping Blair in with his usual type felt wrong. And the fact that his 2 friends from college, Simon and Christian, were swapping stories about Blair and how gorgeous she was made him feel strangely territorial and possessive. Of a woman he hated. And wasn't that just fucked up? Yes. She is rather gorgeous. Too gorgeous, he thought with a frown. He thanked Christian again and headed to his office where he dug out a bottle of scotch. Simon was standing in the outer waiting area of the office as though he'd known Denver would come back. She said no? Simon asked as he joined him in Denver's private office. Denver poured them both a glass and handed one to Simon. She said yes. Denver tipped his glass back and let the scotch burn his throat. The next glass would go down smoother. Then why are we drinking from our bad day whiskey bottle? Simon sipped his before rolling the glass between his palms as he studied Denver. Because I honestly wasn't prepared for her to say yes. He filled his glass with more scotch. You didn't try to talk her out of it, did you? Simon asked. No, I laid out the plan. She knows what to do, And, Simon prompted, then she'll be good, more than good. Perhaps a little too good. When she had sauntered over to him, those big brown eyes of hers promising endless fantasies to come true, he'd been rooted to the spot, fascinated. Then when she had called him honey and put her hands on him, he'd been a goner. She had already been a temptation before, but now he was certain of his theory. Blair Ashworth would be a firecracker in bed. He had wanted to bet her from the start, since before he had known who she was. But he couldn't go there, not now. They had just had to play the game, a few hugs, a few caresses, 1 or 2 strategically timed kisses, and that would be all they needed to convince Jack Hudson they were a couple. So, what has you worried then? Simon asked. She's an Ashworth. It's a bad idea to trust her, so it makes me nervous. It was a lie. He was worried that he liked the game he and Blair were about to play too much, because the last thing he wanted was to start liking the woman he despised. I think it will turn out well. Stay positive, Simon suggested. Positive, Denver huffed. He was positive of 2 things. Blair was trouble, and he wanted her in his bed with a hunger that scared him.
4. Blair reported to the lobby exactly at 7, wearing her favorite pair of white shorts, a loose, bright pink linen blouse, and comfortable boat shoes. She wasn't sure what Denver had planned for her, so she had dressed for relative comfort and ease of movement. He was already there, speaking with the front desk staff when she arrived. Her eyes dragged over his form, soaking in the casual perfection of him in khaki shorts and a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. His forearms flexed as he leaned against the counter. Blair swallowed hard as a wave of feminine hunger rolled through her like a tide. She forced herself to examine the rest of him, studying his clothing choices. Good couples often wore complementary outfits, not intentionally, but if she wanted the Hudsons to buy their story, she needed to make sure her clothing style worked with his so they looked natural together. Like her, Denver wore boat shoes, a pair of navy blue Sperry's.
Ah, there you are.
Denver smiled at her, a winning expression that startled her until she remembered last night. They were supposed to play besotted lovers.
Breakfast is this way.
He nodded toward the restaurant, and they fell in step beside each other. Are they here yet? She whispered and casually looked around, even though she had no idea what they looked like.
Not yet. They'll arrive around dinner time this evening, but I believe we need to practice.
And get our story straight, she reminded him. If one of them starts asking, and I guarantee they will, we'll need a romantic story, and we'll have to be ready to address the tiger in the room. Denver shot her a confused glance as they reached his private booth on the other side of the aquarium.
Tiger? Don't you mean elephant? And I wasn't aware we had one.
She rolled her eyes. They will look me up, Denver. They will make the connection about our fathers. We can't ignore the truth, and we need to be ready to address it.
You're right. Jack will notice that for sure.
Hence the tiger, because it will be messy and dangerous. She opened the menu to peruse the breakfast selection and was grateful that the glossy leather-bound menu shielded her face from him. Reminding him of their negative shared history wasn't something she had wanted to do, but it had been necessary. Denver pulled the edge of her menu down.
I recommend trying the Belgian waffles with fruit.
There was a hint of mischief in his eyes that she hadn't expected. A waiter came over to them to take their orders. Orange juice and the Belgian waffles with fruit for me. Blair closed her menu and Denver retrieved it from her.
I'll take the same, Milo. Thank you.
Denver passed the menus to the man, and Milo walked away. Do you know everyone here by name? She asked.
Of course I do. I meet every new hire at 7 Seas. My operations manager does the heavy lifting of resume sorting with our human resources officer, but they bring me in for the final interviews.
Even for waiters? He nodded.
Everyone who works here matters. I want my employees to know that they are valued. I pay them more, and yes, my revenue isn't as high as some resorts, but staff loyalty and happiness affect the mood of my guests. Excellent service makes for happy guests who return often.
Well, that's one thing we have in common, she said.
What is?
He lounged back in the booth as Milo returned with their orange juice and 2 glasses of water. We both believe in respect in the workplace. It's a start. She removed a small notebook from her purse.
I suppose we do.
Denver stared at the notebook.
What is that for?
We'll need to craft a detailed story about how we met. I want to write it all down. The details, I mean, so I won't forget. Denver shifted, sliding across the rounded seat in the booth until he was right beside her. She could actually feel his body heat. He was that close. The scent of his skin and a hint of aftershave awakened everything feminine inside her.
You don't need that.
He placed one hand on the notebook as his fingers lightly covered hers.
Close your eyes, Blair.
It was a command, but his tone was soft. She did so reluctantly. His hand slid up her forearm, lightly stroking it with his fingers as he began to paint a picture for her.
We met at a very boring business conference in Chicago. You and I were the only ones in the elevator, and we didn't know each other. You were wearing killer heels that made me stare at your legs and follow the line of your stockings, which had one of those black seams that go all the way up the back. I was hungry for you then. I didn't even know you, but I wanted you. When you stepped off the elevator for your room, your heel got caught in the space between the elevator and the floor. Naturally, I came to your rescue. But the elevator tried to close on me as I pulled you and your shoe free. The grease from the elevator doors marked my suit. When you saw the damage, you insisted on helping me contact the hotel dry cleaner, so I followed you to your room and you invited me in.
He painted such a normal, believable image of a first meeting that she could see it happening in real life. Once inside, she continued this time. I helped you remove your coat, and we bumped into each other in the narrow hall of the hotel room, and I laughed, but you didn't. You stared at me in that burning way that left me a little crazy and wanting to rip your shirt open and make all the buttons fly off.
And what did I do then?
He asked, his voice husky and low. Blair kept her eyes closed, still basking in the fantasy. You pressed me against the wall and kissed me. It was the sort of kiss where the entire world could implode around us and neither of us would notice.
And after that world-ending kiss,
he trailed his fingertips over the back of her hand, making light swirls that made her drunk on so small a touch. We were never the same, she replied, thinking of last night in her bungalow and how they had both tortured each other with what could have been. If only the past had been different.
It was a day later before we finally left your bed,
he continued.
When I found out who you were, I was angry, but couldn't find it in myself to care. I was too addicted to you and the pleasure of being inside you. What I felt for you erased the past, and all I could think about was the next time I could be with you.
How could he sound so genuinely besotted, so thoroughly in love and desperate for her? Maybe it was true what they said about a fine line between love and hate. Maybe Denver knew how to cross it to play this game and switch right back. She was having a harder time of that. Because I have never and could never hate him. So, she cleared her throat, we've been dating for 4 months, and this is the first time I'm visiting the Seven Seas and seeing the resort.
And because I'm so in love with you, I plan to propose to you soon, but you don't know when. It will be a surprise.
He moved his hand from hers as Milo approached the table with their breakfast. Blair, her mouth suddenly dry, hastily drank half of her orange juice and a third of her water. All the while, Denver watched her with that smug grin. He knew exactly how he affected her. She clenched her thighs together, inwardly mortified that her panties were wet just from the fantasy they had spun together.
Enjoy.
Milo placed a short vase of flowers on the table before he left them alone again. The blue hydrangea blossoms in the vase accented the deep red of the sliced strawberries scattered on top of the large, perfectly cooked Belgian waffle. She cut into the waffle and took a bite, even though she felt guilty about destroying something so beautiful.
Well, what do you think?
Denver waited for her reaction. I think it's perfect, just like everything here.
Good.
He relaxed slightly.
A friend of mine from college, Christian Michaels, is the chef here. He's a master at reinventing normal recipes. Like this one. It has nutmeg and sea salt in the batter.
Denver took a bite and closed his eyes, smiling.
Damn, the man makes me love food.
I assume he did the sea bass last night? She had been barely aware of the food then, but looking back, she had to acknowledge it tasted fantastic.
Yes, he did.
Denver's tone was proud, but full of affection for his friend and not for himself. So, we have our meet-cute worked out and our general dating background, but we'll need to memorize some other details, like personal stuff. She reached for her notebook again.
Such as?
His eyes strayed to the notebook. You know, basic relationship stuff. What color is your toothbrush? What side of the bed do you sleep on? How do you like your coffee? That sort of thing.
Pale blue, the left. Utterly black like my heart.
Denver's grin was wolfish. I'm serious. She bit her lip, trying not to laugh.
So am I. What's yours then?
Those were just examples. She took another bite of the waffle.
I told you mine. You have to tell me yours.
Something about his boyish challenge made her flush. Fine. Bright pink, the right, and I prefer green tea, not coffee.
Noted.
Denver finished his breakfast quickly. You don't want to write anything down? He rolled his eyes.
Your favorite color is bright pink. How's that for a detail?
It's not my favorite. She halted as she realized she did actually own a lot of pink stuff. I like pink. I used to hate it when I was a kid. Blue was my favorite. Still is. But when I got to college, I realized I sort of wanted to reclaim pink. I had always shied away from it because it was pushed as a girl color and I didn't want to be defined by a color. But now, I really like pink. The bright, flowery cheeriness of it just makes me smile, even though blue is still my favorite. Pink is a color that asks for no apologies. Blair paused when she realized she had been rambling and Denver was staring at her. Sorry, that was a long-winded explanation.
You must stop that,
Denver said, his tone quiet. Stop explaining?
Apologizing. You don't have to.
I'm sorry, She halted as she realized she had been about to apologize for apologizing.
Come on, I have an idea.
Denver slid out of the booth. Blair followed him, half afraid, half excited. If only this thing between them wasn't fake, because at times it felt wonderfully real, and wasn't that the problem? She wished the past between their fathers was a bridge she could burn down and never look back at again.
Denver fired up the engine of his speedboat and put his sunglasses on. The summer sun was already hot, but he would cool off soon enough with the wind. The boat roared like a charging tiger before he throttled the engine and steered the vessel out of his private dock at the end of the Seven Seas private beach. He glanced toward the back of the boat to check on Blair, who was seated on the farthest back seat, her dark hair flowing out behind her. "It's time you see my islands," he called out to her. She got up once he reached a good steady speed and joined him at the wheel. The Bahamas are really an archipelago comprised of 700 low-lying islands and keys, Denver explained as he nodded toward the coastline. Paradise Island was one such island north of Nassau, one of the more famous ports in the Bahamas. As they sailed past the beaches and docks of Nassau, she saw that the island was dotted with rows and rows of colorfully painted houses just a dozen feet from the docks and pathways. "That's Nassau." He nodded at the island to the south. "Paradise Island, my island, is rather like Nassau's hedonistic little sister, the Wild Child of the Bahamas." "The Wild Child, Blair smiled, and the sun seemed to make her glow. Denver tried not to think about that, about how absolutely pure her smile was. He'd been with a lot of women and few smiled, at least for natural reasons. Blair was the type of person who didn't use her facial expressions to control and manipulate someone. Not for the first time today, he had the stray thought that maybe she wasn't like her father. "You up for a ride?" he asked.
Ride?"
Her lovely brown eyes filled with suspicion. "Sit down and hold on." He laughed at the look on her face, her eyes wide and lips parted as he gunned the engine, and they took off across the water. It was a little over an hour later when they reached the Exuma Keys Land and Sea Park, which protected the archipelago of keys slung like bright pearls in a 22-mile-long line of islands south of Nassau. He stopped the engine and put the anchor out, mooring the boat close to shore. Blair was asleep, stretched out on the cushioned bench at the back of the boat. He had a moment to feast upon the vision she presented, her dark hair spilling out over the cushions and her skin glowing beneath the Caribbean sun. Denver hated to wake her, but he had brought her here to see this, and it was worth it. He placed a palm on her shoulder. "Blair." He spoke her name gently, reluctantly loving the feel of it on his lips. It made him think of other places he wanted his lips to feel, like her throat, the soft curves of her breasts, which he glimpsed beneath the neck of her blouse. She had a body ripe for tasting, and he was a man who enjoyed the unique flavor of a woman. "What?" she murmured drowsily. Her long, full lashes fluttered as she woke. "We're here at the Exumas." He nodded at their surroundings. The turquoise and teal-tinted waters blended into light salmon-colored shoals of sand before deepening into dense emerald forests. Blair sat up and rubbed her eyes in childlike wonder at the beauty of the Exumas. Denver loved that look every time he saw it on someone's face. He never got tired of seeing people fall in love with his home, especially this part. The nearly 170 square miles of Pavonine seas held the remote ecological preserve and wildlife refuge accessible only by seaplanes or boats. "You ready for a swim?" Denver began unbuttoning his white linen shirt. "A swim?" What if I didn't bring my suit? Blair's eyes locked on the chest he bared. You're wearing a bra and panties, right? It's the same thing as a bikini. Denver couldn't resist grinning. They both knew that wasn't true at all. There was a difference between lingerie and bikinis. One usually led to sex. Okay, for him, both led to sex. Lucky for you, I anticipated a swim, but I'll need some privacy to change. Don't chicken out on me now, babe. I'll be a gentleman and turn my back. He meant the endearment as a joke, but it ended up coming out more affectionate. Her eyes narrowed and she stood, her hands pulling up the pink silk blouse to remove it. He distinctly heard the words, "Show him," amid her muffled rant, before the blouse cleared her head and fluttered to the floor of his boat. The bra she wore was a nude-colored lacy contraption that cupped her breasts in a way that made his entire body grow rigid with a primal need to claim her. She was definitely showing him, and he was going to pay for it. Blair removed her shoes and then shimmied out of her shorts to reveal a pair of pink lace boy shorts. Jesus. Denver cleared his throat and shed his clothes until he wore only his boxers. Then he put the ladder off the back of his boat and descended over the side and into the water, turning his back to give her privacy. The summer heat and currents left the shallow water around the Exumas warm and welcoming, as he and Blair swam in steady strokes toward shore. Neither of them said anything as they moved through the water. It was the first time he'd been like this with a woman while in the water. Despite his years in the Bahamas, he'd never taken a woman here to swim alone. It was intimate. The sea was his world, his solitary place of peace. But having Blair within his oceanic sphere was nice. More than nice. He had always embraced the solo nature of his swims, but with Blair here, he realized he'd been pushing down waves of loneliness. With her by his side, that loneliness was washed away with the tide. As the water gave way to waves deepening on the sandy shoals, he reached for Blair, catching her by the waist to steady her, as they found their footing and walked toward the shore. It felt good to have her by his side, her smaller, wet, feminine form pressed against his. "Are we the only people here?" Blair asked as they reached the beach and left footprints along the white sand. "Today it seems so. It's hard to reach, so not many tourists come here." Denver watched the play of emotions on Blair's face as she took in the key. The refuge was blissfully tranquil, the ivory sands clean, and the only sounds aside from the sea were a symphony of birds and the rustling of palm trees. He had dived here often and planned to show Blair the reefs nearby if they had time. The reefs teemed with marine life, including turtles, moray eels, and polychromatic fish. Denver led Blair deeper into the lush tropical world and pointed out the rare sightings of Bahamian iguanas and curly-tailed lizards. Her eyes were lit with wonder as she pointed to a furry little brown rodent that darted across their path. "What's that?" "A hutia. It's a native endangered species of rodent." "It looks like a guinea pig." She grinned as she watched the hutia stop ahead of them and nibble on a bit of vegetation before darting into the darkened forest. "We won't see too many of them. They're nocturnal." "They're adorable." "Wait until you see the pigs," Denver said with a laugh at her wide-eyed look. "Pigs?" He couldn't help but revel in her innocent beauty. She was so effortlessly beautiful in that soft, romantic way that many people took for granted. She was, in a word, timeless. And he realized a man could get lost in fantasies of a woman like her. "Come on, babe," he teased her again. "Yes, honey." She smirked back at him when he slipped her hand in his. It felt right. It felt good. It felt like her hand had always been locked with his. And wasn't that the best and worst feeling ever?
5. The Exumas were a paradise separate from the Seven Seas Beach Club. They were a natural haven, free of man's interference. There was something to be said about the exquisite purity of land left as nature had forged it. She snuck a peek at Denver as they crossed through the light forest of trees on the island to another beach. He seemed relaxed. The hard line of his jaw was less rigid as he had ceased clenching it, and his lips were faintly curved upward, almost smiling. She was glad. As much as an angry, scowling Denver turned her on, she needed, to see this softer, sweeter side to him, the side of him that he might show more often if tragedy had not struck his life so early.
Be ready,
Denver warned. A moment later, they stepped fully out onto another white sandy beach where a host of wild pigs meandered on the sand around them, completely tame. Most were white, some with half-black torsos. All were large except for a few piglets running about. I thought maybe you were kidding. She laughed as a few pigs trundled out into the shallows and began swimming.
These pigs have been here so long that no one really knows how they got here. Now they are a staple of the Exumas, one of the more interesting tourist attractions.
Blair marveled at the large animals who seemed so content in their tropical world. They're good swimmers, she observed.
Want a closer look?
Denver headed toward the water, and she trailed behind. The pigs studied them expectantly, but seeing no food in their hands, went back to their business. Denver waded into the shallows, and several pigs joined him, seemingly relishing the simple act of swimming the way a human would.
Don't be shy, babe,
Denver called out when she lingered knee-deep in the water. She sighed and moved farther out, holding still as the waves buffeted her until she was waist-deep with him in the clear blue surf. "Is that what you would call your girlfriend?" she asked as she reached him. The next wave that came in lifted her to her feet, and he caught her by her waist, holding her against him. The water was warm, but Denver's body was even hotter as it pressed flush to hers. They held each other, his body braced to keep hers against him while the water made them sway. All around them, the pigs were happily paddling about, frolicking in the water. The air changed as Blair realized she was alone with Denver on a beautiful island in paradise. It was the start of either something beautiful or something terrible. Yet, as he gazed at her, his hands gentle on her body, she sensed it was definitely a moment charged with heat. He tilted his head as he looked down at her.
I think I'd call her darling.
His hazel eyes were dark, turning with storms as he studied her. You think? You're not sure? Haven't you had a real girlfriend? She asked, her hands settling on his upper arms, linking her back to him in a way that made her shiver. She resettled against him, her skin flushing as his heat warmed her more than the sunlight.
I haven't,
he finally answered, his gaze turning hot.
And you? How many hearts has Blair Ashworth broken?
None, she admitted. Denver raised a single dark brow in challenge.
Not even one?
No. I date a lot, but it's always short-lived. I love my work and I pour myself into it. I haven't met anyone who matches that level of love and obsession. I feel like... She trailed off, biting her bottom lip. She had nearly poured out her soul to a man who should despise her.
You feel like what?
He pulled her chin up with gentle but firm fingers so she had to meet his gaze. Blair wanted to be honest with him, even if he didn't understand or still didn't like her. It was important to tell him the truth about herself. Maybe it's the hopeless romantic in me, but I feel like I can't settle for just someone. I need fire, lightning, obsession, attraction, and love. I know all the rest will fade in time, and love is what remains, but I haven't met anyone who started the fire in me, not a deep, burning one that would lead to love. She met his stare fearlessly, unable to deny the heat of his body and how it made her feel gloriously feminine. Until I have that, I'm not dating anyone seriously because I don't want to break anyone's heart. His eyes were full of sensual fire as he regarded her silently. She slid her hands off of his arms so she could pull away, but he stopped her, his fingers digging into her hips. She'd just opened herself up to him, let herself be vulnerable, and she expected him to answer with cruelty. Instead, he held her that much closer, that much more fiercely protective, which made her heart quiver with longing. It was scary and thrilling to let this man affect her so strongly.
You're brave to be honest with me,
he replied. His tone was impossibly gentle. She glanced away, unsure how to respond. Only then did he release her hips. She drifted away from him and back to shallower water, then headed back onto shore and took refuge in the shade. How did he have the ability to break down her walls like that? Blair leaned against a palm tree and watched Denver walk out of the sea. He slicked his hair back with his hands, and the summer light flashed off dozens of water droplets clinging to his skin. His wet boxers clung to his muscled thighs and left very little to the imagination about his natural endowments. Her body responded against her wishes, and her nipples pebbled. She folded her arms over her chest and focused instead on the paradise of the Exumas. It was her safety mode to focus on work, and she let her mind drift right back to the new ideas for her ad campaign. Nature had to play a bigger role. It needed to be emphasized. The Seven Seas was a place of nature and magic with all the comforts of a 5-star resort. Yes, that would be her new approach on the ad creatives.
We should get back if we want to make it to dinner. Besides, we need to discuss more of the basics about our lives if we plan to pull off our scheme.
Denver's voice cut through her thoughts. His gentleness was gone, and in its place was an emotionless, matter-of-fact tone. It took Blair a moment to let go of the fantasy Denver, the man she was in very real danger of falling in love with. This Denver was all business. Right. She followed him back to the other side of the island, and then they swam toward the boat. He helped her climb in and retrieved 2 large beach towels, giving one to her. She dried off but didn't put on her clothes. He didn't either. She stretched out on the seat at the back of the boat to let the sun finish drying her off while Denver drove them back to Paradise Island. Something had changed between them, something she wasn't sure she understood. Was it good or bad? She only knew she was more nervous than ever about meeting the Hudsons tonight for dinner and playing the part of a girl madly in love with Denver Ramsey. The scary part was that acting in love with him wouldn't be that hard at all.
Denver paced the lobby, every nerve inside him strung tight. During the enjoyable afternoon with Blair on the island, he'd forgotten more than once that he was supposed to hate her. He knew a dozen things about her, like how she liked oatmeal chocolate chip cookies, and thought anything with raisins was a crime against all cookies everywhere. She had terrible springtime allergies, but loved the smell of freshly cut grass, and was obsessed with back-to-school shopping, even though she was past school age. He'd managed to share more of himself than he'd expected to. She'd been quite clever at teasing things out of him. It had felt fun. He hadn't expected anything with her to be fun, except maybe taking her to bed. But now their afternoon of the question-and-answer game was about to be tested. Any minute now, the 2 founders of the Fox Group would arrive to evaluate him and his resort. He felt like he was back in high school and having one of those dreams where he was naked and stuck in front of the class. After spending the day with Blair, he felt more exposed and vulnerable than he was used to. Something about her and the way she'd spoken of being in love had struck a chord with him. There was a reason he preferred to play the field when it came to women. Someday he'd look for Miss Right, but until he found someone who moved mountains inside him, he wasn't going to settle down with just anyone. It was something they had in common, and he didn't want to have anything in common with Paul Ashworth's daughter. The lobby doors opened, and a tall man came toward Denver. He had a lean but muscular figure, and dark hair that held a hint of gray at the temples. A stunning redhead in a dark blue cocktail dress was at his side. Denver recognized them immediately as Jack and Ann Hudson. "Mr. Ramsey," Jack greeted as they spotted him. "Mr. Hudson, so glad you're here. Mrs. Hudson," Denver nodded politely at Jack's wife. "Please, it's Jack and Ann." Jack shook Denver's hand. "Then call me Denver." "Nice to meet you in person, Denver. I always prefer to meet someone in person. It's hard to get to know someone on the phone." "Agreed." Denver smiled and relaxed. "Well, I hope we made it in time for the dinner reservations," Jack asked. "Our plane was delayed out of Florida, and we had just enough time to check in, shower, and change clothes." "Not at all. The restaurant is open quite late, and it's only 8 now."
"Is your significant other coming tonight?"
Anne asked hopefully. "Blair?" "Yes." Denver pulled back his suit sleeve and checked his watch. She should have been here half an hour ago. Had she changed her mind? He had been a cold asshole on the way back from the Exumas, but he couldn't let her get under his skin again. She was too good at it. So he'd shut down his emotions. It may have been the wrong thing to do.
"Honey, I'm sorry I'm late."
Blair rushed into the lobby, a colorful vortex as she swirled around Denver and spun to a stop, her hand circling his neck as she stood up on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. He slid one arm around her waist, trying not to think about how the little red dress she wore gave him all sorts of ideas about what to do once they were alone. There you are, babe. I thought you might miss dinner. He smiled brightly, keeping the reprimand out of his tone. Blair fiddled with a gold bangle bracelet on her wrist and then blushed as she turned to Jack and Anne.
You must be Mr. and Mrs. Hudson. I'm so sorry I ran late. Denver and I had a little romantic getaway to the Exumas earlier today, and I needed a shower. I'm Blair Ashworth. It's wonderful to meet you.
She held out a hand. A pleasure, Jack said and shook her hand.
A romantic getaway?
Anne sighed dreamily and nudged her husband in the ribs.
You had better plan one of those for me while we're here.
Already done, Jack promised his wife with a bemused look. Shall we go into dinner? Denver offered. Yes, Jack agreed, and Denver, his arm still possessively around Blair's waist, led them to a table in the main area of the dining room. Jack and Denver both pulled chairs out for the women before they sat down. A waiter came over immediately, proffering a wine list and menus.
So, tell me about the Exumas,
Anne asked Blair. Denver watched her out of the corner of his eye, judging her performance. She was relaxed and gushed happily about their swim and the animals they saw, including the wild pigs. Blair's beautiful brown eyes flitted to his every now and then, as though checking in with him silently. It pleased him more than it should have, and damn if it didn't make him feel warm inside. His knee moved under the table, seeking hers, and when their thighs touched, she didn't pull away. She kept her leg pressed to his. It made his heart kick up a few beats faster.
Goodness, I'd heard about Pig Beach, but I can't believe something like that's real.
Anne laughed.
It is. Several of the small islands have the pigs, and Blair jerked a thumb at him, totally didn't tell me about them until we got there. It was quite the surprise. I bet it was.
Anne laughed again, and then her mouth dropped open as she looked at the aquarium.
Oh, honey, look!
She tugged on Jack's sleeve. Jack lifted his gaze from the wine menu toward the giant aquarium behind Denver and Blair.
Mermaids,
Anne sighed dreamily. Denver knew without turning around that the water ballet featuring his professional divers in mer costumes had begun. He had timed this perfectly. Well, you don't see that every day, Jack chuckled. That's quite something. It makes me wonder what you have planned for Bali.
Yes,
Anne said with a nod, glancing at her husband.
On the way over here, we were talking about your plan. Do you mean for it to be a sister site to this one, or another experience entirely?
Denver shot a glance at Blair, and she smiled at him encouragingly, her thigh pressing more firmly against his.
Show them, honey. You've got the plans on your phone, right?
She asked, fluttering her dark lashes in a way that made him want to feather kisses on her closed eyelids. Damn, the woman was dangerous. Yes, let me show you. Denver pulled up his phone and began retrieving files through his cloud server, while the waiter returned and took everyone's dinner order. For Atlantis Rising, I want to take it to the next level, an underwater hotel. Several companies are currently vying to secure funding, building permits, and locations. I have created models that are comparable to the models of proposed projects like the Hydropolis Underwater Hotel and Resort in Dubai. So far, there are no other multi-room underwater hotels anywhere, but it's going to be the new thing. I want to be more exclusive, but still keep it in the realm of affordability for most of my current clientele.
What is your pricing per night?
Anne leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. Denver knew from his research that Anne was the number cruncher, while Jack was more of the creative big-picture thinker. Denver leaned in, going full business mode. I want to keep it under 3,000. Hydropolis has a proposed fee of more than 5,000 a night. I think that's too steep.
You're right, Blair said. Keep it too high and it becomes a once-in-a-lifetime price tag. Make it a little lower and it becomes an every-other-year experience. More people can come, which means more people can talk about it. Therefore, you have the more popular, better-known resort.
Exactly. Denver was impressed that Blair saw the lower pricing as an advantage. By the look on Jack's and Anne's faces, they agreed. He had been nervous about proposing a more affordable experience, given his natural proclivity toward pricey experiences, but he wanted this hotel to be known around the world. Let's see some room examples, Jack asked. Denver flipped through his phone again to show the underwater bedrooms, dining facilities, libraries, and even a concert hall. I trust you have the best engineers working on this, Jack inquired before he sipped his wine. Naturally. It will cost a lot to pull them away from other projects, but they have been working on the plans and designs for over a year. The biggest trick is having a land station and a place to group guests easily and then use an underwater soundless train to transport them to the underwater lodgings. What's the status of the one in Dubai? How close are they to building it? He flashed a cocky smile. That's where we get lucky. Hydropolis ran into problems. They had some financial issues and disagreements with the Dubai Development and Investment Authority. There are plenty of places now that offer underwater restaurants or semi-underwater rooms, but nothing like what I'm proposing. The government of Bali has been happy to work with me. They want Bali to become famous for the new hotel, and they have less ego than places like Dubai and less bureaucratic red tape and bribery requirements than you might see off the coast of China. He let his statements sink in and glanced Blair's way. She was watching him with breathless excitement, as though she could see the value of his vision and how successful it could be where others would fail. Knowing she understood him in his dreams caused a frisson of excitement to run through him.
Could you provide us with an entire financial proposal for the project this week? Anne asked after she thanked the waiter who brought them their food.
I absolutely can. Denver was ready with all of the financials and anything else they might need to make a decision this week about investing. As they ate, Denver explained as much as he could to the Hudsons about his plans for Atlantis Rising and the experiences hotel guests would have. Then the discussion moved naturally toward Blair and her work. He was surprised at how interested he was to hear about her ad work. It reminded him of his father and how Denver had loved looking over his father's latest campaigns. The parallel sent a sharp pang straight through the center of his chest. Blair was a lot like his father, full of vision and passion for the creative aspects of advertising. As the dinner wound down, Anne changed the subject.
Is there somewhere we can go dancing tonight? I should be tired from the long flight, but I'm not. I'd love to go out and see a bit of the island.
A surge of triumph filled Denver, but it was tempered by the realization that he'd have to keep up the dating charade with Blair that much longer tonight. The Waterloo Club is nice. I can call and have my car brought around. Denver knew that club would be safe, classy, and fun for anyone wanting to get out and about on Paradise Island. Great. Give us 15 minutes to settle in and we will meet you in the lobby, Jack said before he and his wife left the restaurant. Denver shifted in the booth, only to feel Blair's leg move away from his. They'd been touching the entire dinner, and losing the heat of her shapely, slender leg against his own was strangely disappointing. He forced himself to snap out of it. Denver and Blair both got up and walked toward the lobby to wait for the other couple. He placed his hand at the small of her back, wanting to touch her in some small way.
I think that went well. What do you think?
Blair asked. It went well. Better than I expected, he had to admit. Having Blair as the fourth person in their party had helped the dinner go smoothly. By having her there with him, things felt even more balanced in a way he couldn't quite explain.
I didn't know your Bali hotel is going to be underwater. It sounds incredible.
It's something I've dreamed about for years. I got the idea when I was snorkeling over the underwater Bimini Road here in the Bahamas.
What's the Bimini Road?
Blair pulled a lip gloss from her small shoulder-strap purse and coated her lips with a natural rose shade that matched her mouth. For a second, Denver forgot they were even talking. All he could see was Blair's mouth, her lips pink and shimmering. And he couldn't get the idea out of his head. He wanted to push her to her knees, command her to open her mouth, and take him all the way. She would gaze up at him with those lovely doe-brown eyes, all innocent and yet sexy, as she sucked him into blissful oblivion.
Denver?
Blair said softly, as she tucked the lip gloss back in her purse. He frowned at her because it was the easiest thing he could do to tamp down on the dangerous thoughts that involved them doing anything sexual. What did you ask me? He walked toward the valet desk to have one of the valets retrieve his car, and she followed him.
The Bimini Road. What is it?
Right, Atlantis. Now he remembered what they had been talking about. Denver leaned against the valet desk, one arm propped on the counter while he faced Blair. She leaned in to hear him, her body mere inches from his, and he liked having her full, fascinated attention. The Bimini Road is an underwater rock formation north of the islands. It's composed of massive limestone blocks. A lot of geologists and archaeologists believe it's a natural formation, but there's an element of mystery about it, because it looks like an ancient wall or road. The lost city of Atlantis has been associated with it for years, not that there's any real evidence.
People love to believe in things. I think it's nice that magic still exists somewhere in the world, don't you?
A dreamy smile lit her face in a way that made him want to memorize her features. God, she was a gorgeous woman, but even more so when she smiled. I agree. It inspired the idea for an underwater resort, a true modern Atlantis.
Will you let me come and stay when it's done?
Blair's tone was teasing, but he didn't miss the hopeful hint in her words. I could. He still hated her father, but he wasn't so angry with Blair. At least, not right now. She had done a good job at dinner. His first instinct had been to say yes, that she was welcome anywhere he was. But then he remembered who she was. It bothered him, but not as much as it had the day before.
Well, let's hope we survive dancing,
she murmured as the Hudsons joined them in the lobby again. Dancing. Denver cringed, but deepened his resolve to play the part of a man wildly in love. Yet the thought of holding Blair close in the dark, having an excuse to touch her, caress her, maybe even kiss her, was an irresistible temptation.
6. The outdoor pool and dance area of the Waterloo Club was packed with rich young tourists. The smell of expensive perfumes, sweat, and briny sea air teased the senses. A DJ was set up near the pool, and music boomed from the expensive speakers hung all over the club's interior and exterior. The night had taken over the skies, and the club's lasers were flashing wildly in waves of blue and purple over the dancers. Denver put an arm around Blair's waist as they navigated the crowd, and she leaned into him, relieved to have him protecting her as he guided her through the crush of people to where they'd be a safe distance from the pool. Anne immediately pulled Jack onto the dance floor, and they were soon lost in the crowd. Blair exhaled a sigh of relief since she could press pause on her pretend relationship with Denver.
Would you like a drink?
He asked her. Yes, thank you. Her throat was dry, and she was glad to have a minute alone.
Stay here,
he commanded, and then disappeared into the crowd toward the bar. Blair slipped into a chair at a little cocktail table at the back of the deck and watched the dancers. The music was fast-paced, with a good beat and melody. Every now and then she caught glimpses of Jack and Anne dancing. Despite being in their late 40s, the married couple seemed to have the vigor of a couple in their 20s. Blair was impressed, more than impressed, by the couple. They were a dynamic duo who ran their investment group, but it wasn't just that. They were still happily married, still adorably romantic. They had what she had always longed for, a partner she could work alongside and still be hopelessly addicted to and in love with. She'd enjoyed kissing Denver tonight, even if it had been just on the cheek. His skin had been warm, and she'd caught a hint of his aftershave. It had felt so easy, so natural. So exciting, to play like he was hers. The entire time he'd pressed his knee against hers, she'd wanted to put her hand on his thigh, but she'd resisted the urge.
Here.
Denver joined her at the table and placed a glass in front of her. What is it? She took a sip.
A cranberry mimosa.
Oh, I've always wanted to try one. She took another sip. Boy, that's strong champagne.
Too strong.
Denver leaned forward.
I can get you something else.
No, it's fine. She could use a stiff drink to help her relax a bit. Dinner had been easier than expected, but she was still on edge. Denver had been able to talk about his hotel plans, but now they were in a setting that was supposed to display their romance, and she wasn't sure if she was ready to play her part to the fullest. Blair downed the remainder of her mimosa and stood to get another, but Denver caught her hand as she passed by his chair.
You should slow down. Too many of those, and...
And what? She rounded on him, but her heel caught on something and she fell onto his lap. He gripped her waist, holding her steady as she clutched his shirt.
And you'll be tripping into my lap.
Denver finished for her as he caught her chin and tilted her face up to his.
Don't tell me you're a lightweight.
I'm not. She pushed on his chest in an attempt to move off him, but his grip turned hard.
They're watching. Stay here,
he murmured before he pulled her face toward his. Blair's heart pounded as she closed her eyes, expecting a kiss. But he brushed her hair back from her neck instead, and his mouth touched the sensitive skin of her throat. Denver Ramsey was kissing her neck, licking and nibbling his way up to her ear, and Oh, God, not that spot. Sharp hunger hit her womb, and wetness flooded her. She clenched her thighs together and held in a whimper of sexual need so powerful that it still escaped through her mouth as a humming sound. In that moment, she couldn't think beyond his lips touching her skin. There was just him, and his wicked mouth and his hand sliding up her thigh, under her dress. She jolted at the first brush of his fingertips on her mound. Her panties seemed to be no real barrier to him as he stroked her. He bit her earlobe just as he started to push her panties aside and her legs weakened, opening to him. Suddenly, a girl screamed and there was a loud splash. Pool water exploded around them. Denver jerked her closer as though to protect her. Blair struggled to catch her breath even though she had no reason to be breathless. Had that just happened? She blinked to clear her daze and found the source of the distraction. A young man had pushed his girlfriend into the pool. The woman came up spluttering and splashing with a shriek, but she was smiling. Denver's hold tightened on Blair, keeping her cuddled close on his lap. She felt coveted, desired, and protected as he held her. It was all part of the fantasy, the game, and Blair couldn't help but enjoy it. "You two need to get out here," Anne called to them from the edge of the dance area. "We're being summoned," she told Denver.
Then we must go.
He helped her off his lap, and she held out a hand to him. He stared at it, and Blair offered him an encouraging smile. He finally placed his hand in hers, and they started toward the dance floor. "Just to warn you, I'm a terrible dancer." She grinned as he whirled her around and into his arms.
Oh?
He gave her another spin and caught her when she would have tripped. She fell against him, and he curled his arms around her waist. "Yeah, I'm all left feet with this kind of dancing," she admitted, "which means your toes are in danger."
Well, all you have to do is use your hips and follow me.
He rolled his hips, and she didn't fight him. Instead, she did her best to relax into him. She was always too in control of herself to let go and dance. That and her inherent sensuality in dancing had never kicked in like it had for other girls when they hit high school age. She had been in gymnastics through middle school and could dance, but not like this. Denver's moves were as fluid as the sea, and she let him have full control. The music boomed and soared as the DJ ramped up the beat. Lights flashed in a whirl around them. She gazed up into Denver's face as the colored lights moved over their bodies. In the semi-darkness, it felt less dangerous to want him the way she did. Like tonight was a dream, one that would leave her come dawn. She didn't want to miss any of it. She curled her arms around his neck, and he lowered his head until their foreheads touched. They were two bodies, moving as one. Nothing existed outside of that moment. For the first time in her life, she felt free in the arms of someone who had every reason to hate her. But right then, they were united in pretending they were madly in love. That was something, wasn't it?
Denver left Blair a while later to get 2 cups of water after they abandoned the dance floor. Jack and Anne also took a break from dancing. Jack joined Denver in his quest for drinks, leaving the ladies to rest at one of the tables behind the dance floor. When they reached the crowded bar, the 2 men stepped into line. "So, are you enjoying the island?" Denver asked Jack. Jack flashed him a smile. "Quite a bit. Anne and I haven't been on a proper vacation for about a year, so we're embracing this and choosing to live it up while we can." "Good. That's what the island is for, to let go and live." "Speaking of living, Anne said she heard you live at the resort full-time?" "I do," Denver said. As soon as the resort had been built, he had moved in. The need to separate himself from his past had been overwhelming. He had barely made it through college and graduate school before he had been desperate to flee to the islands. "You have to know I looked up Blair after we met her tonight," Jack admitted. "I figured you might." "And?" Denver kept calm as he waited to hear what Jack would say. "Well, I admit I was shocked when I put together who she is, or rather, who her father is." There it was, the tiger in the room, as Blair had called it. "Yes. When I met her at a conference in Chicago, I didn't know who she was. By the time I figured it out, well, it was too late. I was already falling in love with her." The lie came off his tongue way too easily. "That says a lot about you." Jack's face was serious. "Does it?" It proves you aren't about to let a child suffer the sins of her father. Blair Ashworth has a sterling reputation for being a hard worker. Anne and I were actually going to call her in a few months about advertising for one of our other investments. We heard her name mentioned in a few meetings. Until tonight, I hadn't put it together that Paul Ashworth is her father. That shocked Denver, but he was already in control of his reactions, so nothing looked amiss. What do you think of her uncle? Denver kept his tone casual as they moved up in line for drinks. Would you have any problems working with him? He's a snake, but we wouldn't be working with him. By all accounts, Blair isn't close to her uncle, but I suppose you know that better than me. She rarely mentions him. Denver stepped up to the bar as the line moved again. He asked the bartender for a few glasses of water. Will she be moving here to stay with you, or will you move back to Chicago with her? We haven't decided. I figure after we get engaged, we'll have that conversation. Jack chuckled. You had better have that conversation before you propose. Trust me, decisions like that need to be discussed before you commit. Denver shot a glance toward the distant table where Anne and Blair were laughing. Blair looked gorgeous tonight. This game was getting harder and harder because he was forgetting it was a game. You look happy together. I admit I didn't expect that. Jack gave Denver a shrewd look. I told Anne I was convinced you had bullshitted me about being in a relationship. But after tonight, well, it's clear you and Blair are the real deal. You can barely keep your hands off each other. It made me feel young again when I saw you, and it reminded me that Anne and I haven't lost our spark. His expression turned infinitely tender as he looked back at his wife in the distance. Blair and I, we're definitely still in the lust stage, Denver replied, careful to avoid the word love. It's more than lust. When she looks at you, it's like you landed on the moon and carved a name into the moon dust. She looks at you like you're a hero. Trust me, I know that look when I see it. It's how I look every morning when I wake up in bed next to my wife. Like I'm the luckiest damn man on the planet just to be with her. A flutter stirred in Denver's chest, leaving him unsettled. Blair had to be faking that. There was no way she felt anything romantic toward him. Sure, she desired him and he desired her, but it was only physical. He would have bet his life on it. Well, let's not keep the ladies waiting, Jack said.
Your shoe was stuck in between the floor and the elevator? Anne couldn't hold back her laughter. Yes, Blair couldn't stop giggling herself. I almost broke off the heel. It was my most expensive pair of Jimmy Choos, too. Of course. That's always how it goes. Anne wiped a tear from her eye, still chuckling. What happened then? Well, we had been sort of doing that whole politely ignoring thing people always do on elevators. But there I was, grappling with my shoe, and he came to my rescue. But just as he saved my shoe, the elevator doors closed on him. He was wearing this gorgeous light gray suit, and the doors left awful grease marks on it. I felt so bad. I told him that I wanted to pay for hotel dry cleaning to fix it, even though he argued against it. I took him back to my room, and one thing led to another. Blair blushed. Her memory of Denver's fake meet-cute story almost real to her now. I bet it did, Anne sighed dreamily. The way he looks at you, even now, it's like he wants to devour you. There's an almost scary intensity to the way he watches you. Anne added thoughtfully. It reminds me of Jack when we first met. What? Blair couldn't hide her surprise. Yes, you haven't noticed? Just look at him. He's doing it right now. Blair carefully peeked over her shoulder toward the bar. Anne was right. Denver was staring at her, and his look was far too intense. It looked like he wanted to carry her off and pin her to the nearest flat surface and have his way with her. She would not have objected if he had. That's a man not just in love, but obsessed. Anne smiled. You've got him hooked. Blair smiled, acting pleased, but inside she was quaking with nerves. Anne had no idea that Denver's obsession wasn't love, but loathing. Yes, I'm so lucky, Blair forced out. She was relieved when the two men returned to the table with the drinks. Denver slid smoothly into the seat beside her and placed a glass of water in front of her. Thank you. She caressed his arm before she picked up the glass and took a long drink.
You're welcome, babe.
Denver casually reached an arm around her waist, giving it a light squeeze. The four of them watched the dancing and listened to the music for another 15 minutes before Anne announced she was ready to go back to the hotel. After Denver pulled up in front of the Seven Seas and tossed his keys to the valet, he and Blair bid the Hudsons good night. They stood together, Denver's arm around Blair's waist, Blair leaning her head against Denver's shoulder, the picture of a loving couple, as they waited for Anne and Jack to vanish from view. "How do you think it went?" she asked Denver in a quiet tone. He stilled and let go of her waist, but she didn't pull away. It was far too enjoyable leaning against him like that. He was solid, warm, and masculine, all things she wanted to cling to in that moment.
I think they bought it.
Well, I should get back to my suite. Blair double-checked that she hadn't left her purse at the club. She'd been so busy worrying about their charade, she wouldn't have been surprised to realize she'd left her purse on the table.
Let me walk you.
Denver kept by her side as they left the lobby. You don't have to. Your hotel property is incredibly safe.
Humor me,
Denver said, his tone brooking no argument. They walked in silence. The only sounds were the whispers of the wind in the palms and the distant roar of the waves. When they got to her bungalow, she turned to face him. So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Jack and Anne will have a proper tour of the hotel and see how I operate everything. If you don't mind meeting us for dinner again, that should be the only time I need you.
She nearly flinched at the brusqueness of his words, but she reminded herself that this was what she'd agreed to, that everything tonight had been a game of pretend, and she had real work to do on her campaign if she was going to get him to take her seriously. Oh, good. I was thinking of touring the resort on my own and taking some photos. I have some ideas for the campaign, and that will give me some time to rework things. Is there a professional printer on the island? I want to have the pamphlets and brochures redone, and I'll need a print shop.
There is. I'll text you the information, and you can have the valet give you my car if you need it.
Thank you, Denver. She wanted to lean into him, to touch him one last time before going to bed alone, but he wouldn't want that. Blair was certain she was starting to win just a hint of trust from him, and she didn't want to jeopardize that. She turned and headed toward the door of her bungalow. She paused when she heard him speak and couldn't help but smile at his words.
Good night, Blair.
7. I don't like the look of this, Denver muttered as he and Simon stood in his office, watching the 75-inch TV screen on the wall opposite his desk. A massive tropical storm was swirling out in the Atlantic just south of the Bahamas. Denver retrieved the TV remote from his desk and turned the volume up as a meteorologist appeared on the screen and started speaking.
We are following the development of this new tropical storm. We have received word that it has been assigned a name by the National Hurricane Center based on the strict procedures of the World Meteorological Organization. This storm is now Tropical Storm Blair. If you are on the southeast coast of the United States or the Caribbean, please stay tuned to your local news channel for updates.
Blair? Simon choked on the word, clearly trying not to laugh. That's ironic. Denver stared at the storm, headed right for his island. Some days I feel like the universe is mocking me. Simon clapped a hand on his shoulder. Blair can't be that bad. I ran into Mr. and Mrs. Hudson this morning on the path from the beach, and they were singing her praises. They think she's sweet and charming. She's working out just like you wanted. Denver wanted a lot of things, and Blair, on her back, naked beneath him, was high up on the list. But he wasn't going to go there. Simon was right, though. She had done well so far, winning over the Hudsons. They just had to make it a few more days, and he'd seal the deal for the Bali resort. What time are you meeting with the Hudsons? Simon asked. Denver checked his watch. In a few minutes. Will you run point on the storm? If we need to evacuate, I want all the guests ready. Even if it's just a bad storm, I want all the hurricane windows on the bungalows activated and guests brought into the maid building for safety. We'll serve everything Christian can cook, run movies in the movie theater, and have games and drinks in the lounges. He had gotten storm preparation down perfectly at the Seven Seas, and was proud that his hotel was one of the safest in the Caribbean. Thanks to a signed consent form, his staff was able to track guests on the property using their electronic wristbands. During a dangerous storm, every guest had to be accounted for. Storm surges could catch people unaware and sweep them off their feet, and he didn't want anyone getting hurt or killed. I'll keep watch. We usually don't get any bad storms until September and October anyway. We might get lucky, Simon reminded him. I hope so. Denver removed his suit coat and left it on the back of his desk chair before he left his office to meet with the Hudsons. Jack and Anne were in the lobby, both looking at Anne's phone, when he joined them. Tropical Storm Blair, eh? Does Blair know you're naming storms after her? Jack's tone was teasing, but Denver didn't miss the concern in the man's eyes. She doesn't. Denver forced a smile. She'll be amused. Don't worry, we have everything under control here.
Is it safe to tour the property?
Anne asked. The wind had risen a little and the skies were turbulent, but the rain hadn't started and he couldn't smell it in the air yet. For the moment, yes, Denver assured her. Simon is watching the radar. I'll explain all of our storm procedures as we walk. Denver took them on a tour for the next 2 hours, explaining all the structures and amenities that were currently offered at the Seven Seas that he planned to offer at Atlantis Rising, as well as the new services he planned to add to the Bali resort to set it apart for guests as a unique experience. Each time they left a building and stepped outside, he immediately breathed in a lungful of sea air and studied the darkening skies. With his ability by now to judge the sea, he guessed that the tropical storm would be there in less than 2 hours. His phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Simon's name flashed on the screen. "What's the word, Simon?" he asked as he stepped a few feet away from Jack and Anne. "I'm turning on the sirens. We're calling all guests into the main complex now. Where are you?" "We're at the docks." Denver had been showing them the private boat jetty where the tour boats stopped to take people out to scuba dive, snorkel, jet ski, or parasail. "Well, head back now. The storm is moving northwest faster than predicted, and we don't have much time," Simon warned. "We're on our way now." He started to hang up the phone, but then a bad feeling hit him. "Simon, where's Blair?" "I'm not sure. She and I were supposed to meet this morning, but she called and said she wanted to take photos first and would call me back this afternoon." Denver scanned the horizon just as the resort's storm sirens started blaring. "Track her bracelet and call me back when you have her location." "I will," Simon promised before he hung up. Denver returned to the Hudsons. "We need to return to the main building. Everything is going to be fine, but we'll be spending the next several hours waiting out the storm in the safety of the main building." "Is Blair all right?" Jack asked. "I don't know. She hasn't checked in at the main building. I need to go find her. But I need to get you both back first."
Denver, we'll be fine. Go and find Blair.
Anne's tone was soft and full of worry. "You're sure?" "Go," Jack echoed his wife. Denver headed for the Siren Bungalow. The other small housing units in the Nautilus complex were dark. Their protective window screens had all lowered automatically when Simon had triggered the tropical storm alarm. It was one of the many things Denver had insisted on when he built the place. He wanted the main building to be large enough to accommodate and entertain all guests, and he wanted remote control of all the building windows where they could cover themselves with storm shields to prevent as much damage as possible. In the few years they had been open, this was only the second time they'd had to use them. He hadn't worried then the way he was worrying now. He jogged up the steps and pounded a fist on Blair's door. Behind him the winds had picked up, and the usually gentle sound of the sea had turned angry. "Blair!" he hollered, and pounded on the door again. No one answered. "Damn it!" Just as he turned and rushed back down the steps, his phone rang. "Simon, tell me where she is." He walked fast, but his legs were aching to run. "By the north dock at the far end of the resort. She's right by the water." Simon's words sent a flash of pure, primal fear through Denver. Right by the water was the worst place to be. She could get swept off her feet and pulled out to sea, or she could get trapped under debris, or she could fall and hit her head. It all came back to the fear of losing her. He shoved his phone into his trouser pocket and ran along the path that would take him to the north dock. The storm was gearing up now, the palm trees bending ominously as the waves surged past the beach and over the sidewalks close to the water. "Where the hell are you, Blair?" He spotted her just as a wave knocked her face down onto the sidewalk. She slid back several dangerous inches as the suction of the retreating water tried to drag her toward the sea. For one brief instant he saw the fear in her face, a look of animalistic dread, of knowing nature was winning the battle and she wouldn't make it. But nature couldn't stop him. Not today. Denver reached her just before another wave would have overtaken her completely. He gripped her waist and pulled her up into his arms, holding her tight. She was freezing, her limbs like ice, stiff and quaking as he half-carried her away from the reach of the water. "Can you walk?" he shouted over the howling winds.
Yes, I think so.
Her teeth chattered. Let me help you. He gripped her waist again, keeping her pressed to his side. She lifted her head to stare up at him in surprise. Her brown eyes were wide and dazed with fear and confusion. She looked so young, so innocent, so afraid, that every protective instinct in him surged to life. In that moment, it didn't matter that she was the daughter of his most hated enemy. All that mattered was her, and that she was safe from his other love, the sea. Just a bit farther, he said, trying to give her something to reassure her. They moved down a walkway toward the main building where all the other guests were waiting. The waves rushed in again toward them, but he had a firm footing and wouldn't let anything happen to Blair. The doors to the lobby opened, and 2 employees rushed outside, one of them holding a small towel. Are you all right, sir? The man with the towel asked him. Yes, thank you. Are all of the guests safe? Denver asked. Yes, sir. All safe and accounted for. We've implemented the hurricane protection plan. All of the housing is secure as well. The National Weather Service has already downgraded the storm to a Category 1, and within a few hours we should have clear skies again. Unable and unwilling to let go of Blair, especially when her shivering was so strong that it shook his body too, he spoke quickly to his employees. Miss Ashworth and I will be in my apartment. Call me if you need me. As water dripped down Blair's face, Denver lifted the towel given to him and wiped the water away from her face. Then he handed the towel back to one of the men. Yes, sir. The man nodded and returned to the front desk. Denver led the way down a private hallway toward his living quarters. He had never brought a woman back here before. In all the romantic encounters he had had, none of them had been meaningful enough for him to break the sanctity of his own rooms. But Blair was different, and he needed to take care of her, and the best place to do so was in his private world. Denver released his hold on her waist and lifted his wrist with a metal band to open his door. Then he stepped out of the way and let her pass by him. Once she was safely inside his apartment, he closed the door and nodded for her to enter the living room. Sit down. He kept his tone gentle, knowing she was still in shock, and that soon her adrenaline would wear off and she would feel completely out of control of everything, especially her own body's reactions. It was better if she sat and let her body ride out the adrenaline crash. Denver went down the hall and grabbed 2 of his thickest, softest towels, along with a first aid kit, before he returned to the living room. When he returned, Blair was perched on the edge of one of the armchairs, looking too tempting, like a rain-soaked siren who had just been granted the gift of legs. And what legs they were, too. He hastily dried himself before he passed her the other towel. While she did her best to dry off, he dragged another chair up to face the one she was in and set the first aid kit nearby. Let me see your knees. He waved at her legs. She had taken a nasty fall before he had gotten to her, and he wanted any scrapes she had cleaned up and bandaged. Blair winced as she pulled the dress up past her knees, and he set about cleaning the blood off her wounds. The antiseptic wipes had to hurt, but she bit her lip rather than make any sound to reveal her pain. For some reason, that pissed him off. He wanted her to feel safe with him, and hiding pain meant she didn't. Where were you going? Didn't you hear the storm siren? He surprised himself by not shouting, even though he was furious that she'd been in danger. He focused on her wounds and covered them with breathable band-aids that would help the healing process.
I was out scouting for the best location to do photos for the adjustments on the campaign.
That isn't worth dying over. He finally looked her in the eyes, but all he could see was her being sucked out to sea and drowning.
It could be, since my job depends on it.
Her desolate tone made him pity her, and he hated that. I haven't even agreed to work with you, he reminded her. Our bargain only included that I would give it my honest consideration.
That's because you haven't heard my pitch.
Not a chance, Denver barked, cutting her off. He gentled his tone and continued. There's nothing you could show me that could change my mind. He couldn't stop scowling, and his frown only deepened when he saw that dangerous flare of heat in her eyes. How could she find him the least bit attractive when he was going out of his way to be an asshole?
Nothing?
She asked. That single word inspired in him too many wicked thoughts, ones that made him the worst sort of man. He respected women, and he was always a gentleman. With Blair, it was like she awoke some vengeful bastard inside of him. How else could he explain what he wanted from her, what he wanted to do to her? His body was rigid as he held still, his eyes locked on hers. There's only one thing I told you I truly want from you, and we both know that would be a terrible idea. She knew what he wanted. How could she not?
terrible.
Her breathless agreement drew his gaze to her lips. They weren't too plump or too thin, just beautiful, kissable, fuckable. Unable to keep from touching her, he cupped the back of her neck, dominating her with so small a touch, but not hurting her. Then again, maybe this one little mistake won't change anything, he mused aloud. Maybe he could take what he wanted, could bed this little siren until her song no longer threatened to destroy him. She licked her lips, leaning in a little rather than away, and the sensual predator inside him took over. He leaned in too, and slanted his mouth over hers, unleashing all of his pent-up desire and forcing her startled lips apart as he plunged his tongue into the recesses of her mouth. Blair tasted sweet, and with just one kiss he knew there wouldn't be just one mistake. There would be dozens, all night and every position, every surface. He broke the kiss just enough to grin darkly at her. When she trembled, that dark monster inside him unfurled its wings and took flight. A flash of something, desperate hunger, perhaps, flitted across her eyes before she hid it from him, and he wanted to roar in triumph. Blair wanted him, rage and all, and she would get him. He would make her moan and shred the bedding with her nails and scream for mercy, for more. Denver was done playing nice. He lifted her into his arms before he let himself think twice. He carried her down the hall to his bedroom and slammed the door closed. The automatic hurricane shutters were lifting since the storm was veering away, and the ocean's black, frothy waters matched his mood as he set Blair on her feet and pinned her against the closed door. He kissed her neck, biting and sucking on her skin, determined to leave evidence of his claiming wherever he could. He wanted to pleasure her until she went deaf and blind from it. He wanted no mercy for her. She made a soft sound of drugged excitement, and he gripped her dress by the collar and tore it all the way open. Pearly white buttons scattered all around him, but he didn't care. All he saw was the rounded perfection of her breasts, tucked in a lacy navy blue bra like twin offerings to a virility god. He tugged the cuffs down and gazed in a lust-fueled haze at two of the most gorgeous breasts he had ever seen. They were bigger than her clothing choices had let on. Even that bathing suit she'd worn hadn't fully shown her breasts off like this. "Were you trying to hide these from me?" he growled as he cupped one and pinched the nipple of the other.
What? No.
Her protest died on her lips as he lowered his head and sucked one tip into his mouth. He nibbled on the peak, gently abusing it with his mouth, teeth, and tongue, until he moved on to her other breast. Blair clenched his head in her hands, her fingers tunneling through his hair, frequently tugging as she writhed against the door.
"Please, Denver,"
Blair begged, and he loved it. He wanted her begging for it, for him, for the rest of his life. A man could get drunk on the feeling of this beautiful, brilliant woman needing him more than her next breath. "Show me how much you need me," he ordered, and stepped back. The monster was in full control, and he didn't care, not unless she said the word no or stop. By the look in her eyes, those two words weren't in her vocabulary right now. Blair sank to her knees, shedding the dress and spreading her legs a little to let him see the panties she wore.
"Please,"
she begged. He unfastened his belt, sliding it out of his pants and letting it fall to the floor. Then he unzipped his trousers and freed his shaft. It was hard enough to drive nails into the wall, but all he wanted was to sink it into any hole in her body that she would let him. She parted her lips, licking them in a way that nearly made his eyes roll back in his head. "You want it?" he demanded. Blair nodded and opened her mouth wider. Denver gripped his shaft and she took it into her mouth. The enveloping wet heat of her around him was a dark euphoria. He wanted to be brutal, to fuck her mouth. But he held back, letting her get used to his size. Her hands slid up his thighs, her nails digging in as he tried to push to the back of her throat. "That's it. Show me you're a bad girl." He pumped himself in and out half a dozen more times before he drew himself out and pulled her to her feet. He had her bent over his bed an instant later, holding her in a vulnerable position. "Tell me you deserve this, to get it hard and rough." He held her by the back of her neck, his hips grinding against her ass. It was both heaven and hell to feel the lace of her panties as a barrier.
"I deserve it," Blair whimpered. "I need it hard and rough."
He knew she wasn't saying that just to appease him because he heard the dark desperation in her voice that matched his own. He jerked her panties down her thighs and thrust into her waiting wetness. It felt even better than her mouth. Denver bent forward, placing one hand beside her shoulder on the bed as he kept her pinned down by the back of her neck with his other hand. Then he took what he wanted. His hips rammed mercilessly against her ass, his cock jackhammering so deep inside of her that he wanted to stay inside her forever. She was so damn tight, and she clenched her inner walls a little and moaned every few seconds as he rammed into her over and over, as though possessed by some wild demon he couldn't stop. He needed more of her, all of her. He needed to own Blair completely. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't sensual. It was raw, filthy fucking that would leave her sore and him chafed, and he didn't give a shit. "You belong to me," he snarled. "Understand?" As her climax hit her, she screamed and arched her back, pressing her luscious ass back into him, and he let the dark animal side of him roar with his own mind-obliterating orgasm. He pumped her full of his essence, holding tight against her ass so that every bit of his release stayed within her. After a long second, he caught his breath, as reality rolled back in like the waves outside. He had just brutally fucked the daughter of the man he hated more than anything else on the planet. He expected to feel triumph, a surge of pride, but he didn't. He felt something else. The place that used to be full of his black rage had emptied itself, and something else was glowing inside him, something he dared not name. The only emotion he let himself face in that moment was concern for the woman he had just used so harshly. She stayed bent over the bed, shaking hard as he hastily pulled out of her. "Blair, are you okay? Shit. Did I hurt you? Please, God, let her be okay."
Blair, are you okay?
Denver's voice was full of panic when it reached Blair through the confused chaos of her own reactions. "I think so." She couldn't stop shaking. She had felt, in those last few seconds, like she was back on the shore, the dangerous waves coming toward her. She'd known she needed to escape, and not that the water carry her away. Only this time, Denver was the sea threatening to drown her.
Are you cold?
He asked as he helped her stand up. "Yeah, I think I just need a shower." She needed warmth, heat, water over her body. She tried to pull free of him, but her panties were still halfway down her legs and she stumbled.
Hold still.
He knelt at her feet and pulled off her wedge sandals. With one finger, he dragged her panties down and off her body. She rested her hands on his shoulders for balance. Then he stood up and scooped her into his arms and carried her toward the massive corner bathtub. He ran the water and tested its temperature before he urged her toward the tub, and she removed her bra. She was still trembling and expected him to turn and walk away, but he simply stripped out of the rest of his clothes and slid into the tub with her. She sighed, and he pulled her body into the curve of his, letting her rest against him. He said nothing, his hands speaking for him as they rolled over her skin, each touch comforting and gentle, an apology for his previous roughness. Not that she needed it. He had needed to get that out, to let the anger and frustration that had been building inside him explode. She closed her eyes as the hot water soaked into her limbs.
I didn't even think to ask if you were on the pill or something. Fuck, he muttered.
She shifted against him so she could place a palm on his chest above his heart, letting the steady beat calm her. "I have an IUD, it's fine. I'm clean, are you?"
Yes, I get checked every few months and haven't been with anyone since my last test.
He was silent for a long moment, and she wondered if the thought of her accidentally pregnant was haunting him. She didn't want him to worry or be angry with her, not right now. "Thank you for saving my life." She nuzzled his neck and exhaled a soft sigh as he tightened his arms around her.
You're welcome,
he finally replied. She couldn't help but giggle a little. "It does take some getting used to, doesn't it?"
What does?
"Being nice to me?" She couldn't contain the smile, even though she was exhausted. He huffed in a non-verbal reply that made her laugh again. She felt dead, like none of her limbs would move. She wanted to stay in the hot bathtub with him forever. If she hadn't been so tired, she might have wanted to say something else, to try to tell him that her father had regretted what he'd done, that her uncle had been the one to set it in motion. But she yawned and drifted off to sleep before she could do or say anything else. Another woman might not have trusted herself to fall asleep in the arms of someone who hated her, but Blair trusted Denver. Maybe someday he would trust her back.
8. Denver settled the naked Blair in his bed and brushed the hair back from her face. She was exhausted, and he knew she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Not after the adrenaline surge and crash combined with the unplanned wild sex romp. He started to smile, but it withered as he came face to face with a reminder of who she was. Paul Ashworth's daughter. She was a woman who'd been raised and loved by the man who'd stolen Denver's father from him. The old anger of the past 15 years resurfaced, just as raw and agonizing as it had been the day he'd come home from high school to find an ambulance at his house. When the EMTs had hauled his father away on a stretcher, he'd been barely alive. By the time they'd gotten to the ER, his father had already passed away. Denver hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. In just a matter of hours, he'd been forced to take over the reins of his family's crumbling life. He'd done what he could to help his mother because she'd been too shell-shocked from losing her husband to land on her feet. So it had all come down to Denver and what he could do to pay off his father's debts on the business that had burned up in the wake of the FBI investigation. Everything that had happened, all of it, lay at the feet of Paul Ashworth. And Denver had just taken his daughter to bed, fucked her raw, and left her exhausted. Denver shook off the mingled feelings of guilt, shame, and present desire to claim her again. He dressed quietly and collected her clothes, leaving them at the foot of his bed. The storm had lessened to heavy rain, and the sea swells had died down. It was safe to go outside, and that was exactly where he needed to be, out by the sea and far away from the siren in his bed. He decided a quick exit from his suite was necessary. As soon as he stepped out into the rain and felt the hot sea air wrap around him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He made his way down the path and studied the resort buildings, looking for any damage. He didn't see much that would need repair. The most they would need to do was clean up debris like rocks and seaweed that had been dragged onto the beach. The sidewalks would need sweeping. It was all easy fixes. And Denver was almost disappointed by the lack of something greater to draw his focus. Moving deeper onto the beach, he collected a few shells here and there until he found a large black clam amid some seaweed. He lifted it up and couldn't resist cracking open the shell. It wasn't unusual for clams and oysters to wash ashore during a storm. Denver pulled out the small knife he carried in his pocket to crack the shell open. He'd had some practice at it and managed not to harm the mollusk inside. He dug around the slippery confines of the clam until he felt the hard shape of a pearl. Denver gently removed the luminescent blue-tinted pearl from the shell, and then he waded into the surf and tossed the clam back into the water. When he got back to the shore, he examined the pearl more closely. It was the perfect size for an engagement ring. He knew exactly what to do with it. Pocketing the pearl, he continued his walk up to the Siren bungalow, where he used his bracelet to access Blair's rooms. He'd never crossed that line before by entering a guest's private space, but this was a special circumstance. He'd ripped Blair's dress open, and she needed clothes to wear. He stepped into the bungalow and headed toward the bedroom. A dark blue suitcase was sitting on a luggage rack, and the closet was full of her clothes. Denver sorted through the blazers and the dresses and shorts. He couldn't help but picture her in all the outfits, and how he'd immediately want to strip her out of them. Vowing to behave himself, he chose a pale turquoise silk blouse with sleeves that stopped at the elbows, a pair of khaki shorts, and flat gold sandals. While her legs looked killer in heels, if he so much as saw her in heels of any kind, he would lose his damn mind, and want to toss her on her back and throw her legs up while he plowed into her, those heels digging into his shoulders. Yes, he would crave that sort of punishment. With a little mutter about how insane he was for still needing her so much, Denver collected the clothes for her to wear and paused by the suitcase to retrieve her small jewelry case. And then he chose a pair of panties and a bra for her. Naturally, he selected the laciest pair in the suitcase set, which only made his cock hard again. Then he stuffed them in a plastic bag to protect them from the rain, and left Blair's bungalow. He was reluctant to go back to his own rooms too soon, not because he didn't want to be close to her again, but because he wanted that far too much. It was as he had feared. Blair was a dangerous temptation, and he had made a mistake tasting her, because one taste wouldn't be enough.
Blair wasn't surprised to wake alone in bed, but she was disappointed. It was too much to expect him to stay. She stretched beneath the sheets, then blushed when she realized she was naked. The last thing she remembered was falling asleep in the bathtub. He must have carried her to bed and dried her off before tucking her in. For an asshole who hated her, he was pretty damn sweet. What was he like to women he actually didn't hate? He had to be an absolute Prince Charming. As the storm faded outside, Blair lay listening to the rain lightly lashing against the windows for several long minutes before she finally forced herself out of the cozy bed. There was work to be done, and the more distance she put between herself and Denver's bed, the better. She threw back the covers and noticed her clothes neatly folded and stacked on the end of the bed. She sighed as she recalled all too vividly how her sundress had been rendered unwearable. She laughed to herself at the thought that she had had the fantasy of ripping all his clothes off, but he had been the one to burst her buttons instead. She had to wear something while she figured out how to get back to her cabin for some clothes. Blair crossed the room to Denver's closet and opened the door. Dozens of expensive shirts hung on wooden hangers next to suit coats paired with perfectly pressed trousers, while color-coordinated sections filled the remainder of the closet. It seemed wrong to disturb the perfection of his clothing, so she turned back to his bedroom and spotted the white button-up shirt he'd worn a few hours earlier. It lay on the floor by the bed. Blair lifted the shirt up and inhaled. It still smelled like him, but also had a hint of the sea and storm in the cloth, which brought back every memory of the last few hours. She slipped the shirt over her naked body and buttoned it up. Denver was tall, so his shirt came down to mid-thigh on her. Satisfied with being somewhat covered, she explored the rest of his living quarters. He had more of those captivating portraits of the sea on his walls, some of them painted so lifelike that she was tempted to reach out and touch the waves to see if they were wet. These canvases were much bigger, some dominating the walls they hung on. It was as though Denver needed to be surrounded fully by the sea. The walls of his bedroom were a pale blue grass cloth, and the master bathroom was a study of whites and pale grays, while the living room was a more welcoming blend of blues and tan. Sailboat paintings filled the living room. Denver was a man who liked his themes. She moved on to the kitchen, which included a little eating area that opened onto a deck overlooking the sea. She leaned against the closed glass doors, watching the waves roll endlessly. She never got tired of watching the water move. The sound of the front door beeping and unlocking had her turning in time to see Denver step inside. He had a white plastic bag slung over one arm and a pair of insulated drink cups, and some wrapped pastries in a small clear bag balanced on a molded drink carrier in the other. He set everything down on the counter before he looked up and noticed her. His body went still, while his eyes rolled slowly over her body, but the predatory gleam in his gaze was anything but lazy. He walked toward her, each step making her heart pound harder against her ribs. He stopped in front of her, and she pressed herself back against the glass as he trailed a hand up her arm, touching the fabric of his shirt before he moved his hand to the collar, curving his fingers in it as he opened it slightly. Her breaths rose and fell as her breath quickened.
"Just when I think I've had my fill of you,"
he murmured to himself. Then he leaned in and kissed her hard. Blair groaned as he pinned her between himself and the glass. His mouth moved harshly against her own, each flick of his tongue against hers a teasing challenge that she met with her own frantic need. The insane lust from a few hours ago came rushing back as though it were the first time they'd laid hands on each other. He lifted her up, and she wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her back to his bedroom. He dropped her on the bed and came down on top of her, his mouth moving over her neck and collarbone before coming back to her lips. They kissed long and hot until she was wet and moaning beneath him. Without a word, she reached for the buckle of his pants, and he paused his kisses to sit up and undo his trousers. He shoved them down to his knees, and then he was pushing her legs wide open, baring her sex to his gaze as he notched himself at her entrance. He thrust home and she cried out, still sore from a few hours ago. He didn't stop, didn't apologize, and she didn't want him to. He gripped her wrists in one of his hands and pinned them above her head, then braced the other on the wood headboard as he fucked her. The bed quaked as his powerful bucking rhythm strained the sturdy wood to its limits. Throughout every single second of their lovemaking, Blair felt Denver's power, his hunger, his obsession to own her, to destroy her with pleasure, driving straight into the valley of her thighs. He growled, the harsh sound animalistic as their gazes locked. Yes, I'm yours. Yours only. The silent words drifted between them, and she couldn't stop the climax that collided with her. A scream tore from her lips so hard that it scraped her throat. He followed a second later, bellowing a sound of lust and rage, yet he didn't slow down. He kept pumping into her madly, like a stud stallion deep into the pleasure and unable to stop even if he wanted to. Blair whimpered as wave after wave of new pleasure rolled through her. When he finally slowed, his hips jerking slightly as he rocked against her, she couldn't move. He had fucked her to within an inch of her life. That was how it was supposed to be. That was what she had longed for, not just for a spark of passion, but an uncontrollable blaze. Yet she had found it with the one man who would never truly want her in his life. The melancholy realization pierced the usually pleasant aftermath of sexual congress. Denver collapsed on the bed beside her, his face turned up to the ceiling. Then, after he seemed to catch his breath, he rolled to face her, leaning over her as he played with the buttons of his shirt over her breasts.
I like seeing you in nothing but my clothes.
He nuzzled her cheek before stealing a kiss. This one was soft. Its lingering sweetness made her heart clench. I like being in nothing but your clothes. She grinned up at him. How is the resort? Did everyone make it through okay? She asked. Denver nodded as he tiptoed his fingers down her chest to below her waist. A pulsing started up in her clit, and she tried to remind herself that she couldn't possibly come again so soon. But Denver seemed determined to prove that her body was his to command. He parted the ends of his shirt and palmed her mound. She slid her legs open and arched her back as he gave her a light little spank between her thighs. The sting of it woke up every drowsy nerve between her legs. Sliding 2 fingers inside her, he stroked gently for a heartbeat before he began to pump them in and out of her vigorously.
You know what it felt like to watch you take my cock in your mouth?
His voice was dark, harsh, but also soft, and each of his wicked words made her tremble. She gasped as her arousal kicked up another notch.
I love the idea of bending you over my bed and riding you hard enough to make you scream. You make a monster out of me, Blair. Do you like knowing that?
He asked, his tone still dangerously soft, so at odds with the almost violent pumping of his fingers inside her. She clamped her inner walls down around him.
I keep thinking about dragging you into my office, leaving you naked except for a pair of heels, and shoving you under my desk to make you suck me off all day while no one knows you're there. Would you like that? Would you like being my dirty little secret?
There was no stopping it. She came on a scream, but he leaned over her and silenced her with a kiss. He kept up their punishing pace until she was wrung out and begging him to stop, then never stop. She had no strength left to do anything except experience him. She was a shaky mess, overwhelmed and overpowered by his dark sexual enchantment. When the mini-climaxes finally stopped, he pulled his hand from between her legs. Denver then pressed his fingers, soaked with her desire, between her lips. She sucked on them, tasting herself and trembling all the harder at the ferocious look in his eyes. Then finally, the fires in his eyes cooled to a softer warmth, and he pressed a kiss to her forehead.
Come and drink your tea before it gets cold. Then you can shower and dress. I brought some of your clothes.
And just like that, he was up and off the bed, leaving her there, thoroughly fucked and confused. He seemed to be able to turn his desire on and off, but she couldn't. Her passion for him was blurring wildly with affection and something stronger she didn't dare name. Blair dragged herself out of his downy soft bed and hastily ran her hands through her hair to tame the wild waves before she snuck into his bathroom to clean herself up. Then she followed him into the kitchen and sat down at the table. He presented her with a ginger tea and a plate with a blueberry scone that had been warmed up and buttered.
We have dinner in an hour, so I didn't want you to get too full,
Denver explained as he sipped on his own coffee, watching her. The activities of the last few hours had left Blair starved, and she ate the scone fast enough that it gave her hiccups. How long was I asleep?
About 2 hours.
He reached into a small bag on the counter and tossed a velvet box to her. She caught it, and when she opened it, her lips parted in shock. Inside was a pearl with a faint blue tint resting in a bed of diamonds. What's this? she asked.
Your engagement ring. Thankfully, the town didn't lose power. I was able to stop by one of the jewelers and have them put the pearl in a setting. You'll wear it tonight and regale Jack and his wife with some romantic tale of how I proposed to you during the storm today.
Blair was afraid to remove the ring from the box. With an exasperated sigh, Denver came over and plucked the ring from the box, and then, with more gentleness, he slid it on her finger.
There.
It fits. Blair stared at the elegant ring in surprise. Denver smiled.
Of course it does.
Then he collected her dishes and took them back into the kitchen. Blair took her cue to grab the bag of clothes and change in the bathroom. She decided she would shower at her own bungalow. She wasn't entirely sure that stripping down in his bathroom wouldn't end with her and Denver having sex in the shower. For a long moment, she held up her hand and stared at the ring. The soft, gleaming pearl looked like a frozen drop of dew delicately resting amid a sea of diamonds. "Do I need to dress up for dinner tonight?" she asked as she changed into the clothing he'd brought.
Yes. Wear that red and black lace cocktail dress I saw in the closet at your bungalow. We're going to a nice place in town.
Okay. Blair pictured him in her bedroom, touching her clothes the way she had his. The intimacy of it made her shiver. When she was done, she left the bathroom and found him reading something on his tablet at the kitchen table. While he was distracted, she took a moment again to stare at the gorgeous ring. None of this was real. Not Denver, not the ring, not the engagement or their relationship. Yet she desperately wanted it to be. "Shall I meet you at the lobby in an hour?"
Yes.
His one-word answer was an obvious dismissal. She twisted the pearl ring on her finger nervously. "It's a beautiful ring. Thank you," she murmured and ducked out the front door and left before he could say anything else.
Denver was speaking to Jack and Dan as his car was pulled around in front of the lobby. Right on cue, Blair strode into the lobby wearing the knee-length red and black lace dress. It had a modest cut, yet the style gave Blair a sophisticated sensuality that was irresistible. Her dark hair was curled in soft waves and pulled back from her face with a few artfully placed hairpins. Her makeup was perfect, with a hint of a smoky eye and glossy lips, but the rest was natural. She looked every inch the siren he was convinced she was. She came toward him with a soft smile that made something in his chest tighten. After that afternoon, he had thought he had made it clear she was only a warm body that he desired. Yet when she looked at him, those deep brown eyes so full of emotion, he couldn't shut her out. It was like she was carving a tunnel below the walls around his heart. He had treated her like a toy and nothing more, yet she had responded with such innocent, sensual perfection. He wanted her to hate him back, yet he could see and feel in her every look and touch that she didn't.
"Goodness, you look beautiful, Blair,"
Anne gushed as the two women embraced.
"Thank you."
Blair blushed as though unused to compliments. Surely someone told her every day that she was beyond gorgeous. Denver couldn't imagine the men in Blair's life not commenting on that.
"Did you both make it through the storm okay?" Blair asked. "I was worried about you."
"Oh, yes. We hung out here and saw a movie in the theater and played card games. What about you?" Jack asked. Blair's blush deepened as she shot Denver a look.
"Well, Denver and I had an eventful afternoon."
She shyly raised up her hand to show them the pearl engagement ring. A primal surge of male pride filled Denver as he saw the ring on her finger. Even though he had put it there himself an hour ago, seeing it now, like this, made it different.
"My God, look at that ring. Honey, look."
Anne nudged her husband. Jack turned to Denver. "You proposed in the middle of a tropical storm? Rather romantic." Denver smiled softly at Blair. "I felt the universe was giving me a sign. I'd planned dinner for two and a glass-bottom boat tour over the reef, but somehow it seemed more fitting today. She came crashing into my life just like a tropical storm named after her." Blair's smile was tender in the way her eyes settled on the ring, then lifted slowly to him. It rattled the walls around his heart in a way that worried the hell out of him. "Well, congratulations. Like I said, I feel marriage to a good woman, one who is a man's equal, is the best thing a businessman can have." Jack held out his hand, and Denver shook it. When Jack and Anne started toward the car ahead of them, Denver met Blair's eye and gave her a nod of approval. She smiled, but there was a flash of something sharp and painful in her gaze, before she hit it with a delightfulness that was entirely too natural-looking. When their guests weren't looking, she twisted the ring anxiously, and her face belied a flicker of guilt. He recognized it all too well because he felt the same. They were lying to two very nice people, all for the sake of a business deal. Maybe he really was the shark that Jack had worried he would be. Denver wanted to focus on the dinner, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had truly hurt Blair today. He just didn't understand how. 9. The next few days passed in a blur for Denver as he and the Hudsons worked up an investment agreement for the Fox Group to be 40% owners in the Atlantis Rising Hotel. In between business meetings, Blair made her scheduled appearances, entertaining the married couple and slowly lulling Denver into a strange fantasy where he felt perhaps he was engaged to Blair. Despite her apparent joy each day, he hadn't been able to forget the look of hurt in her eyes, and he wanted to do something to erase it. He frequently found himself wandering down the beach paths toward her bungalow, hoping just to see her, speak to her. Every time he paused just as he reached her door, and then the irresistible siren call of Blair into bed had him raising his hand to knock. She always opened the door, her brown eyes soft and almost innocent as she gazed up into his face, which he knew was carved with a wild need to possess her. He would always find her wearing her tiny cotton pajamas, her hair down in waves around her shoulders, ready for bed. He would step inside and crowd her against the door, kissing her senseless and dragging his hands through her hair until she was properly mussed. Then he would carry her to the nearest flat surface and give her what she needed, what he needed too. Somewhere along the way it had ceased being simply sex and had become something more. A less jaded version of Denver might have tried to label it making love. He now knew Blair almost as well as he knew himself in some ways. He'd grown addicted, not just to the way she felt beneath him when she moaned as he took her roughly, but also to the way she sighed in exquisite pleasure as he claimed her gently, lovingly. He'd also grown addicted to listening to her, to speaking with her, to sharing himself with her. But he didn't love Blair. He couldn't love her. He didn't love the sparkle in her eyes as she watched the fish in the aquarium. He didn't love it when she enthusiastically followed him into each adventure on the islands. He didn't love how she'd listen to everything he said and remember it. He didn't love the way she curled up in his arms and gave a kittenish sigh of contentment after they had made love. He especially didn't love the way he felt seeing the stormy pearl glowing on her finger, and how it marked her as his. Yes, there was nothing at all he loved about Blair Ashworth. "Denver, it's been a real pleasure spending the week with you," Jack said, pulling Denver from his thoughts. He stood in the lobby with Jack as they waited for Blair and Dan to arrive so they could say goodbye. Denver managed to smile, even though his mind was burdened with fresh worries over Blair, and how soon she would be leaving his life forever. "Same, Jack. I'm glad to be working with you and Dan." "You'll invite us to the wedding, won't you?" Jack asked. "We wouldn't want to miss it. Blair is one of the most delightful people we've met in forever. We would like to be there for such an important day." "Thank you. I'll be sure to tell her," Denver hedged. "We haven't quite figured out when or even where it will be. I admit with Blair, I just live in the moment and don't think about tomorrow." That wasn't a lie. They were only planning all of these fabricated romantic moments a piece at a time.
"Send us the final contract when you have it ready,"
Anne added as she and Blair joined them in the lobby. "I will," Denver promised, and put his arm around Blair's waist as they watched Jack and Anne board the private hotel shuttle to the airport. Before the shuttle pulled away, he leaned and impressed a kiss to her forehead. Only when the vehicle was out of sight did he relax. The charade was over. Blair stepped away, clearing her throat.
"So, do you think it went well?"
she asked. He turned to face her, taking in her contemplative expression as she continued to stare in the direction where the hotel shuttle had gone. Something about the moment felt both wonderful and terrible at the same time. He didn't want to step away from her, to end the charade, but he had no more reason to continue to hold on to her waist or lean in and nuzzle the crown of her hair. "I do think it went well," Denver admitted. "You did a fantastic job, Blair." Her slightly downcast expression turned into one of joy at his praise. Yet all too soon that light faded to be replaced by a business-like formality that he'd expected from himself, not her. Her gaze angled slightly away from him as though she was avoiding looking at him. He wanted to spin her back into his arms, capture her chin, and slant his mouth down over hers, reminding her who she belonged to, who owned her body and soul. But he didn't own her, no matter how much he wanted to at that moment. His claim upon her was fleeting, already drifting away like a retreating tide.
I'll call Simon and schedule the afternoon for my pitch. I just need to pop into town to pick up the new set of brochures from the printer.
She rushed off before he could stop her. He'd forgotten all about her side of the agreement. Hell, he'd been mostly lying when he'd said he'd truly consider her pitch. But now he owed it to her, and he was interested in what she'd come up with. Simon joined him in the lobby. "I'd say the week went well," he observed. "It did," Denver agreed reluctantly. "But you were not happy because I didn't expect it to work. I never imagined that she would pull it off." His friend made a soft sound of understanding. "You wanted her to fail, even if it risked the business deal with the Fox Group." "No, I didn't," he argued, but Simon leveled him with a look that told him to cut the bullshit. "Fine, maybe a little, but sealing the deal mattered more." "Uh-huh. And your nightly visits to her cabin were about what, exactly?" Denver's brows lowered as he glared at Simon. "Watching my movements?" "No," his friend chuckled. "But the staff was concerned when you stopped using your rooms, and it led to a question of where you were sleeping, if not at your place. Well, that's over now." As much as he knew the words were true, Denver didn't want them to be. For a moment he felt like he was free-falling, as he realized how much he craved to keep Blair in his life. "Is it over?" Simon's lips twitched, and Denver resisted the urge to punch him. "Just schedule the pitch so I can get this over with and get her off my island." Denver's voice held an edge he wasn't proud of unleashing on his friend, so he did the only thing he could think of and fled the lobby. He didn't want to see anything that reminded him of Blair or made him face the finality of her leaving soon. He needed to be in the ocean. He needed to swim, needed to feel the waves cradling his body, and forget anything from this week had happened. He had been hit by 2 storms named Blair, and he wasn't sure how bad the damage was.
Blair set up her brochures and other marketing materials in the conference room and then connected her laptop to the large TV screen at the front of the room. She had had her graphic design team in Chicago work on a new website mock-up, so she could show Denver and his operations manager what she'd created without it being viewable by the general public. Her pulse raced as she drew in a few deep breaths just a second before the conference room door opened. Denver and Simon entered, both of them dressed in suits and wearing serious faces as they sat down a few chairs away from her. Blair wore a dark blue skirt and a soft coral pink blouse. Around her neck, she wore a gold necklace with a diamond-studded starfish pendant that she had bought at one of the stores in the resort. Everything about her appearance was subtly on theme with the Seven Seas Resort. "I have a few samples of the updated paper marketing tools, but those don't have nearly as much influence as the website redesign and the social media campaigns I prepared." She passed each man her brochures. Simon offered her an encouraging smile, but Denver frowned as he opened the brochure. Blair began her presentation. "The Seven Seas Beach Club is a unique hotel. It deserves unique marketing. Its current marketing makes the resort feel just like any other, expensive, posh, lovely. But there's magic here. Once guests arrive, they experience it instantly, but it's missing from your current advertising." She queued up the computer and clicked the website to open. Incredible graphics made it appear as though the person looking at the website was riding on the water, and then diving below the surface to where the reefs submerged in crystal blue water filled the large TV screen. It was an immersive experience that her creative team had helped her create. A pair of mermaids swam across the viewer's vision, circling the reef as colorful fish playfully danced around them. Then a wave washed across the screen, leaving a clean-cut menu against a light sand background. Blair navigated the various tabs under the Explore tab, which showed the island's various tours, then down to Taste, which had information about the resort's dining areas. After that, she moved into Accommodations under Life in Paradise. where people could buy into the property or simply rent a bungalow. She did her best not to look at Denver too much during the meeting and made sure to make eye contact with Simon. It took a fair amount of willpower not to touch the pearl ring on her finger and twist it nervously in moments when she paused in her prepared speech. If he had been any other man, and not one she was hopelessly addicted to, her presentation would have been easy. She would have been certain of winning the client because her work and her team's work was flawless. But this was Denver Ramsey, the man she'd spent the last week pretending to be engaged to, the man she had had sex with repeatedly, the man who had given her the best sex of her life. Yet he was so much more than that, infinitely more. And in a matter of minutes, it would all be gone forever. Blair buried the sudden flare of panic that thought caused inside her and buckled down to finish her presentation. She ran through the ad images, videos, and text that would accompany it, explaining each part of the site and the social media strategies. We'll want to do 30 and 60-second videos on streaming channels. I would recommend that you hire a cinematographer and do those ads in the vein of a movie trailer. Tell the audience a story. She played one of the stock videos her team had worked up. This is a basic example, but exclusive clips made on a real budget will further sell the experience. Then she showed her sample plans for the Instagram accounts with tile photos and other ideas to create buzz. When she was done, she smiled at them. It was one of the best presentations she had ever given. Her heart had never been so involved in a campaign before. Denver was staring at the screen in the social media ads, his face entirely unreadable. Simon shot a glance at Denver before he stood and held out a hand to Blair.
That was excellent. Thank you, Blair. We have a few more agencies to speak to in the next few weeks, but we'll be in touch.
Right. Yes, of course. If you need to review any of the materials, I'll be sending you a download link so you can access everything. She looked at Denver again. He finally stood, took one more look at the screen, glanced at her, then swept out of the conference room and vanished into his office across the hall, slamming the door behind him. A pit formed in Blair's stomach. The pearl ring, still sitting on her finger, suddenly weighed 1,000 pounds. You think I should go speak to him? Blair asked Simon.
I wouldn't.
Simon sighed, the sound heavy.
You truly did a fantastic job.
Thanks. Blair knew it was time to leave. She needed to give Denver space to make a decision. She collected her computer and left the brochures stacked on the table. She paused before Simon and slowly removed the pearl engagement ring and held it out to him. My flight leaves in 3 hours. Would you see that he gets this? She placed the ring on his palm and headed for the door.
Miss Ashworth, wait.
Simon caught up with her at the door. She shifted the computer tote bag on her shoulder as she faced the operations manager. In the last week, she'd gotten to know him almost as well as Denver in some ways, and she would have loved working with him on the campaign. She'd come to learn he was one of the few people Denver trusted wholeheartedly.
For what it's worth, you're good for him. I know if things had been different, he wouldn't let you leave like this.
Maybe. Blair managed to smile as she tried to keep herself from showing how much she was hurting. It was nice to meet you, Simon.
You too.
It felt like a goodbye even though the words were never spoken. Denver would never work with her, no matter how good her presentation was. The slam of his office door had told her everything that she needed to know. That closed door was a physical symbol that he was done with her. Now she had to accept that and move on. She had to find another way to win half of her father's company back. She left the executive offices of the Seven Seas and met the shuttle driver just outside the lobby. She had planned ahead, packing her bags and having everything ready to go before she went to the pitch meeting. If she stayed, she would only deepen the wound that already felt like a gaping hole in her chest. She knew why. Because last night when Denver had come to her bungalow for a final time, he had made love to her slowly, softly, and tenderly, with whispered words about her beauty, her intelligence, her passion. And in those sweet nothings and the lingering burn of his kiss, she had fallen hopelessly in love with Denver Ramsey. She had found what she'd been searching for, and it had to be the one man who would never love her. She climbed the shuttle steps just as the sun set on the horizon, and she bid goodbye to paradise.
Denver gazed at the sea from the deck connected to his office. He leaned his forearms on the railing and was lulled by the golden sun setting on the darkening water. Normally, the sight would have inspired him and filled him with an inner peace unmatched by anything else in the world. Now all he could see was the sun kissing Blair's skin in the morning light as she lay naked beside him in bed, or the way the water coated her skin like diamond droplets. She made the world beautiful. Without her, his blue and gold world had lost its luster. The wind seemed colder, the sun paler. Behind him, the door to his office opened, and Simon came to the door of the deck. Denver glanced at him just once before refocusing on waves and the sun. At that moment he felt ancient, as though whatever life force on this island that gave him energy had finally perished, and now he was dying on the inside too. "Are we going to talk about this?" Simon asked as he came up on Denver's right side. "There's nothing to talk about." "The hell there isn't," Simon replied harshly, displaying his rare temper. "We sat through 4 other presentations from the best ad agencies in the world 2 weeks ago, and none of them compared to that." He pointed a finger toward the conference room. "That woman understands this place and you. She cares about the resort. She cares about you, too." Black threads of anger knotted in Denver's gut. "That woman represents everything that destroyed me and my mother. There's no getting around that tiger in the room." "What the hell is a tiger in the room?" Simon demanded. "Never mind, damn it." Denver barely kept himself from shouting. "Look, just pick one of the others." "I'm not doing that," Simon warned. "If you really want me to continue to be your operations manager, I'm choosing her. None of the others are the best. You remember what you said to me when you talked me out of a cushy 6-figure corporate job with Hilton?" Denver did remember. Back then, the 7 Seas had been a dream, a gamble that could have cost him everything. "You said that this wouldn't be like other resorts. We'd have the best of everything, and we'd have it mean something. Blair's campaign is the best, and it means something. I'm faxing the contract tomorrow morning. If you want to stop me, you'll have to fire me." Simon thrust out a balled fist and then uncurled his palm so it faced up. The pearl engagement ring gleamed in the light. "You don't want to forget this." When Denver refused to take the ring, Simon walked back into his office and set it down on Denver's desk before he left him alone. Denver forced his gaze away from the ring and back toward the ocean, only to stare at the spot where Blair had almost gotten swept away by the storm. He couldn't forget the sick feeling of thinking he'd lose her. And that's exactly what had happened. He'd lost her, but not to the waves, due to his own inability to forgive her father and the pain Paul Ashworth had caused. He left the balcony and came back into his office and threw himself into his desk chair. Staring at the ring sitting in the center of his desk, he studied the light catching on the diamonds and the opalescent shimmer of the stormy pearl. He reached for it, unable to resist touching it, remembering how it had felt to see it on Blair's finger. Simon wasn't wrong. Blair was the best. Maybe he could let Simon handle it and focus on Bali. That way he would never have to talk to her again, never have to see her face or hear her voice. He could pretend like nothing had happened. The pearl gleamed a bluish white in the growing twilight. He closed his fingers around it protectively. It belonged with her, not here. The beautiful siren who had lured him to the rocks deserved her pearl back. It would be his parting gift to the woman who had dared to steal his heart.
Blair dropped her bags off just inside the door of her apartment and toed out of the running shoes that she had worn on the airplane. Within minutes, she had changed into comfortable yoga pants and her favorite sweatshirt and was digging in the freezer for her emergency stash of ice cream. She'd just retrieved a spoon when the doorbell rang. Kaylee stood there, frowning, as Blair opened the door. "You didn't call me when you landed." Kaylee stepped inside, her gaze flitting from the spoon in Blair's hand to the tub of German chocolate ice cream on the kitchen counter. "Oh no, what happened? Did the presentation go that bad? The mock-ups of the campaign I saw looked great. You didn't call me for the last week, so I assumed everything was going fine. Damn. What happened?" Blair didn't want to talk about it, but she knew Kaylee wouldn't leave without answers. "You want any ice cream?" Blair padded over to the kitchen on bare feet and retrieved 2 small bowls. "Yeah, why not? I may need it after hearing what happened." Kaylee dropped her purse on a chair and threw herself on the couch. In a few minutes, Blair and Kaylee were on the couch, sinking spoons into their ice cream. Too often in the last few days, Blair had thought about what it would be like to bring Denver home to Chicago, to introduce him to her friends and family as her real fiancé. The silly daydream stung far more than she'd expected it to. "Okay, so what happened with you and Mr. Beachgod?" Blair stabbed her ice cream and couldn't look up at Kaylee.
Everything.
Everything? Like what? Last I heard, you were afraid he was going to throw you off the property.
Well, he didn't.
Blair tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ears.
I sort of ended up engaged to him instead.
The sound of choking made Blair look at Kaylee.
"Hold on." Kaylee coughed and recovered.
"Engaged?"
"It wasn't real," Blair sighed. "God, it's a crazy story."
"I've got time," Kaylee said. So Blair told her everything, nearly letting her ice cream melt as she talked.
Her eyes burned with tears as she talked about not even really saying goodbye to him. Her chest seized, and she had to fight off a sob.
Kaylee let her get herself under control before she spoke,
her tone soft and worried.
"So he got what he wanted, to sign an investment deal and screw you, literally."
Jesus, what an asshole.
Kaylee's frown darkened.
"It wasn't like that, not really."
She closed her eyes, remembering that last night and how he'd kissed her closed eyelids and simply caressed her face long after they were done making love.
"You're in love with him."
"Yep." Blair tried to sound amused by her own stupidity, but the raw pain inside her choked down her forced laugh.
"And he doesn't feel that way about you?"
Blair shook her head.
"There were these moments, you know? Moments when I swore he'd forgotten all about what had happened with our fathers and was himself with me."
She remembered the way he'd held her in the water, kissing her forehead and watching the sunset, how he'd teased her during their moonlit swims, and then later, when he'd made love to her. His heart was clear in his eyes as he held nothing back. She'd been so certain then. It was incredible. I think there were a few times when he might have felt something, but it obviously wasn't enough. Blair poked miserably at the melted lump of ice cream in her bowl.
"Are you coming into work tomorrow?"
"No, I think I need a day. My uncle will be a total jerk about the whole thing, and I really don't want to deal with it."
"I don't blame you.
Without you there to smooth things over, he's been pretty bad this week." Kaylee finished her ice cream, and she and Blair put their dishes in the washer.
"Will you be okay?" Kaylee asked.
Blair leaned back against the kitchen counter and let out a sigh.
"Yeah, I'll bounce back."
She always bounced back. She wasn't going to let a broken heart ruin her life.
"Call me if you need anything."
Kaylee gave her a hug.
"Thanks."
When Blair was alone again, she curled up under a blanket and turned on the film noir movie Laura, starring Gene Tierney and Dana Andrews. She'd always loved the story of the detective who fell in love with a woman simply by seeing her portrait and trying to solve her murder. She loved the scene best when the detective learned Laura was still alive and still in danger, and he did everything he could to keep her safe. The quiet, intense obsession of the detective for the heroine had always left her breathless and full of yearning. As she watched the story unfold, she couldn't help but picture Denver as the dashing detective in the fedora, determined to protect her. She wanted more than ever to be completely free with him the way she had on the island. There had been no barriers between them. He'd listened to her when she spoke. He'd held her in his arms and made her feel cherished in 1,000 small moments. Leaving him in the island had left a hollow ache in her chest that felt like homesickness. How could she feel homesick for a man she had only spent 1 week with? Because she was in love. A complete and utter fool in love. 10.
"Randall wants to see you,"
Kaylee told Blair 2 days later. Blair pushed away from her desk and left her cubicle. Kaylee gave her shoulder a squeeze before Blair walked to her uncle's office. With each step, her nerves ratcheted up a notch. She hadn't spoken to him since she'd gotten back from the Caribbean, and she had a feeling he was going to chew her out for failing to get Denver to sign the contract. She'd spent the last 2 days completely racked by a major self-confidence issue in herself. She knew that her presentation had been stellar, and she'd hoped, apparently quite foolishly, that Denver would see the value in her work and sign, no matter his personal feelings. Clearly, she hadn't been good enough for him to have a change of heart, and now she'd have to listen to her uncle take her down a peg for her failure. She'd lost her shot at a promotion and her father's share of the company. Dismal was not a word Blair liked to use, but it seemed to fit her mood right then. The words seemed to bunch together inside her head and made her feel sick. When Blair entered Randall's office, he was actually smiling. That could be good or bad, and by the look in his eyes, she honestly couldn't tell.
Sit down, Blair.
With a sense of déjà vu, she sat down and waited for him to speak.
Do you know what this is?
He held up a stack of documents. A contract? Her uncle's smile widened.
The Seven Seas Beach Club contract. Exclusive advertising, 5 years, no out clause. You did it.
Denver signed it? Her heart leapt into her throat. She'd done it. She'd won him over. Euphoria nearly made her dizzy, and she struggled to stay seated when she wanted to get up and scream in joy.
Denver?
Her uncle's eyes narrowed at her use of his first name. I mean Mr. Ramsey, she corrected. He really signed it? She'd done it. The promotion was hers, and her father's half of the company was hers. Still, the victory felt hollow. Randall's shrewd gaze stayed on her face.
No, his operations manager did, but he has signing power for Ramsey, so it's perfectly binding.
That thin thread of hope she'd been holding on to withered away. Simon had made the decision to hire her, not Denver.
Whatever you did, however you did it, you hooked him.
Her uncle's predatory smile lessened her victory even further. Denver hooked me, she thought silently. Then she forced herself to stop thinking about him. She'd done what she was supposed to, and now she and Randall had some business to settle. I'll move into the empty account executive office by the end of the week. We can get the ownership paperwork drawn up for my half of the company then, too. Blair focused on the positive aspects of Denver's company signing the contract, and not about the fact that she'd left her heart behind on the northern shore of Paradise Island.
About that.
Something cold and slick slithered through her insides, filling her with a sense of unavoidable dread.
While you were gone, I decided to hire someone to fill the spot. I got a great kid fresh out of Wharton Business School. Real smart. You'll enjoy working for him.
Each word her uncle uttered chipped away at Blair's tightly held control, but the man continued, oblivious, his hand waving dismissively at her.
We can discuss the ownership thing later this year. It's not a good time right now to make any major changes to the company ownership. Our new clients need to see stability.
A faint ringing started in Blair's ears, and her stomach clenched enough that she winced. Her uncle was still droning on about client expectations, and something inside Blair finally snapped. You never planned to hold up your end of the bargain, did you? She blurted, interrupting him. Randall slowly leaned back in his chair and met her gaze. His feigned politeness vanished, and he met her with blunt honesty.
No, I didn't. I expected you to fail to sign him. But really, I just needed you gone for a week while I brought on the new account executive without any fuss.
Blair stared at him. Without any fuss? He considered her a fusser for wanting a promotion for her hard work? In her mind, she was throwing everything breakable at the windows until they shattered. On the outside, she was calm, a smooth-flowing river. She stood and drew in a deep breath, feeling as free as she had back in the water of the Exumas, when Denver had held her in the rolling waves. I quit, effective immediately. His brows arched, and the smug look on his face vanished as he sputtered.
You'll lose everything you worked for here. We can still discuss the ownership issue, just not now. You really need to learn patience, Blair. That's the problem with you millennials.
That's just it, Randall. It's not an issue. It was an agreement between us, one you let me enter into in good faith. But I have no faith in you anymore, so I'm done with you, with all of this.
You think someone else will hire you in this city, or in New York or LA? I'll tell everyone.
I'm not going to work for anyone else. I'll start my own company. It was something she'd spoken to Anne Hudson about while she'd been in the Bahamas. Anne had politely nudged her into considering the idea of leaving Bay Breeze behind if her uncle never fully recognized her talent and hard work. But until this very moment, it had just been an idea, not a necessary reality. Randall dared to laugh, and Blair clung to her control by a thread.
With what resources? You have no idea what it takes to run a company like this.
Blair smiled coldly as she played her hand. I have a company that would invest with me.
Who?
It doesn't matter. The point is, you won't be able to pull any strings to stop me. I've outgrown you and this place. She started for the door.
Walk out and you lose everything,
he warned. She placed a hand on the door jamb and looked back at Randall. There was no going back, and she was relieved. He'd actually made it easy for her to leave. I have nothing to lose, and I have you to thank for showing me that. As Blair stepped out of his office and briskly walked back to her cubicle, she felt like she could breathe for the first time in forever. What happened? Kaylee asked in a whisper as she followed Blair to her cubicle. I quit. Denver's company signed the contract, and Randall lied about the director position and the 50% ownership, so I quit. Blair pulled out an old file box from underneath her desk to start filling with her personal things. Oh my God. Kaylee was smiling. I love you so much right now. What are you going to do? Start my own agency. Blair could feel her confidence growing by the second. She had all of the contacts. She knew every aspect of the business, and she was 95% sure if she called Anne and Jack Hudson and explained the situation, the Box Group would invest in her startup agency. When do we start? Kaylee asked as she helped to box up Blair's belongings. We? Blair nestled a picture of her and her father inside the box as the last item that marked the small cubicle as hers. Yeah, I'm coming with you. Once word gets out that you're leaving, some others will join us. You think so? Blair lifted her box and, with one last look around, headed toward the elevators. Kaylee promised to wrap things up and secretly spread the word before she turned in her notice in a few days. Blair took the elevator down to the parking garage and loaded her box in the trunk. Settling in behind the wheel, she took several deep breaths before she started the engine. She had one last dark cloud hovering on the horizon. She had to tell her father she'd lost his company and they'd never get it back. Blair drove her car out of the city and headed for her parents' home on the lake shore. She needed to speak to her father and tell him what had happened with Randall. It was lunchtime when she drove up the circle drive to the cozy cottage. Her parents had downsized their lives after the scandal all those years ago. Her mother was a cardiologist and worked 3 days a week in the city. Her father had retired early and was running a nonprofit to promote literacy in inner-city Chicago. It kept him focused and doing something positive in the world, which was important for his peace of mind. More than ever, Blair understood how he felt. Her mother answered the door and hugged her. Melanie Ashworth was a willowy beauty in her late 50s. Blair favored her mother in looks, and she was glad as her mother was still gorgeous. Blair, what are you doing here? It's a work day. Is everything okay? I'm okay. Blair loved her mother, but sometimes, even as a grown woman, she felt she had to explain herself. I have to talk to you and Dad. Is he here? Yes, on the back patio. I'll make some drinks. Thanks, Mom. Blair walked through the house and paused at the back door when she spotted her father at the patio table under the shade of the porch. Behind him stretched a lazy shoreline and the soft rolling waves of the lake. Even though it was only a lake, she imagined Denver there, strolling barefoot in the sand, wearing a white button-up shirt partially open at the throat and his sleeves rolled up. She shook off the wishful vision. She knew Denver would never come here to her father's house, but her memories of him were so strong, so tangible, that her mind seemed able to conjure him up instantly. Would they ever fade, the echoes of those glorious hours spent with him in paradise? Or would they stay just as sharp, just as clear in her mind when she was old and gray? Blair focused on her father, the man who was there in front of her, the one she owed an explanation to. Dad?
Honey, what are you doing here?
Her father's head rose from the paperwork he had been looking over, and he beamed at her, a knot twisted in her gut. I need to talk to you. She sat down beside him. It's about Denver Ramsey and Uncle Randall. Her father's smile vanished, and he looked away toward the water briefly.
What do you need to talk about?
He finally asked. I've always suspected Randall pushed you into going to the FBI about Denver's father. Was I right? Her father swallowed hard.
I was always a fool when it came to Randall. As a little brother, you want to believe that your older sibling is a hero, that he is never wrong, never the villain. But Randall, he was nothing like the man I dreamed him up to be. I spent much of my life hero-worshipping a dream. He convinced me that Richard Ramsey was committing fraud, and I didn't face the truth that I'd been played for a fool until it was too late. Telling the FBI that my brother told me to do it isn't a real defense, and I owed it to the Ramsey family to take ownership of my actions that caused them so much pain and heartache.
Blair reached across the table and clasped her father's hand and squeezed it. Her mother came out on the porch with 3 lemonades and sat down close to her father.
Why the sudden interest in the past?
Her father asked. She drew a deep breath. I quit my job today. I walked out of the company for good. Blair stared at her hands, heat filling her face. You quit? Her mother's tone was soft, compassionate. What happened? It all started when Randall made me the offer I'd been waiting for. She explained the stakes, including her pitch to Denver Ramsey and his proposal to play act as engaged to convince investors he was a good person to risk their money, and how when she'd returned from Paradise Island having accomplished it all, her uncle had played her. She left out the part where she fell in love with Denver, but her mother's raised eyebrows at the mention of the engagement ring said more than her words could have. And so I left, Blair finished. Her parents sat in silence, absorbing her story, watching her. Dad, I'm so sorry I lost Bay Breeze. I wanted to get it back for you so you and I could run it together.
Honey,
her father caught her hand.
I love that you tried to do that for me, but I can never go back to that life. This is my penance. I owe Denver Ramsey and his mother everything for what happened to Richard.
You wouldn't have come back? Blair was stunned. She'd never realized her father wouldn't have gone back if he'd had the option. Advertising had been his life.
No, it's Randall's world now. I'm doing better things with my life. It's okay to let that go.
A new wave of relief filled Blair. She hadn't let her father down, hadn't disappointed him. She stared out at the water again, missing Denver and the Seven Seas beach so much it hurt. I hate knowing Denver is stuck with Randall and that contract, but I couldn't stay there. Not after watching him hand my job to some kid who just graduated business school and hasn't put in the time or work yet. Did I do the right thing by leaving?
It's always the right thing to stand up for yourself and your values.
Her father squeezed her hand.
So what's next for you? What will my darling daughter do now for the world?
I was thinking I would open up my own agency. I love the work and don't want to stop. I even think I have a couple who will invest in me thanks to Denver. Then that's what you should do, her mother said. We support you no matter what. Now, finish your lemonade. Blair laughed and reached for her barely touched drink. In that moment, she knew how lucky she was to have them both. Denver had only his mother left. A sudden, strong wave of homesickness nearly knocked her over. She wanted to rush into the water and find Denver waiting for her, his arms wide to catch her so they could walk along the shore, hand in hand, water rushing over their bare feet. She wanted to be in his bed, feeling his body above hers, his lips worshiping hers, and she wanted to cover his face with kisses and never leave him again. But that was a fairy tale. And while she sold fairy tales to others for a living, she couldn't sell it to herself. So she stood on the shore, the water lapping at her bare feet as twilight gave way to moonlight, and the waves washed away the shattered pieces of her heart.
11. You have a visitor, Simon announced as he appeared in the doorway to Denver's office. I thought I didn't have any meetings this afternoon. Denver scrolled through his phone calendar, double-checking. He's not on the schedule, I'm afraid, Simon answered carefully, and Denver recognized immediately that he wasn't about to like whoever came through his door. Simon stepped back, and a man entered the office. Every muscle went rigid in Denver's body, and his bones creaked as he moved a mere inch away from his desk, before freezing. Paul Ashworth stood in the doorway to his office. He looked older than Denver remembered. 15 years had been enough time to deepen the fine lines that bracketed Paul's eyes and mouth, and to streak his hair with gray. Denver started to tell him to go to hell, but then he noticed that Paul's brown eyes were the same color as Blair's, a unique shade that held a rich hue of umber tones mixed with russet and amber. Blair's eyes. How many times had he gazed into those eyes as he experienced the most exquisite pleasure of his life? How many times had he lain still in bed just as the first rays of sun kissed her skin, and her dark lashes would flutter open to reveal the glow in those brown eyes, and his breath would catch at the sight. "Please give me 5 minutes, and then I'll leave." Paul's quiet tone held a hint of desperation, and that alone kept Denver from crossing the room to throw a right hook to the man's face. That and the fact that throwing a punch at this man would be like hitting Blair. 5 minutes, Denver warned. Paul cleared his throat. He didn't try to sit, nor did Denver offer him a chair. "My daughter is in love with you." Whatever Denver had expected him to say, that wasn't it. "I'm sure you didn't expect me to say that, but it's the truth. I know I have no right to ask you for anything, Mr. Ramsey. I cost you your father, your future, the life that you expected to have. I carry that grief and guilt always. I know forgiveness is not possible. I'm here to beg you not to let her go if you love her half as much as she loves you. But if you loved Blair, if you still do—" Paul's voice roughened, and his eyes were overbright. "Even if I did love her madly, it would never work." Paul smiled sadly as he saw the misery Denver could no longer hide. "Love should outweigh hate every single time. You and I don't have to see each other or speak. If you're in Blair's life, if she's happy and you're happy, I'll stay out of the picture. You understand? Her happiness is all that matters." "How could you even know that she loves me?" Denver asked, the words cutting him deep as he tried to imagine her feeling half of what he felt in that moment. Lost, desperate, desolate. "How do I know? Right now my child is on the shore of Lake Michigan watching those waves, and I know she wishes she was here with you instead. Her heart is shattered. If that means anything at all, then please go after her. Give her the life you both deserve. And for what it's worth, you became a man your father would be proud of. You've proven to the world that nothing can keep you down. You're a fighter. If you love my daughter, fight for her." Denver and Paul regarded each other for a long moment, the space between them full of memories and feelings good and bad. And yet, Denver began to see what Paul meant. The good memories he had with Blair, they outweighed everything else. Was loving her betraying the memory of his father? Paul turned and walked out the door. A moment later, Simon entered the office and closed the door before sitting down in the chair facing Denver. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," Denver said, still stunned by the encounter. The hate and anger he'd expected to feel at the sight of the man who'd ruined his life seemed to be fading fast. The man who just left his office hadn't been the villainous nightmare he had remembered. He was a man aged by guilt, a man who understood the gravity of his sins against Denver's family. He was also a man who wanted his daughter to be happy at any cost to himself, even the cost of leaving her life forever. "You could call Blair, for starters. She may still be at work." Simon picked up the phone on Denver's desk and dialed the number on the contract paperwork that sat before him. Then he handed the phone to Denver. "This is Babry's. How may I help you?" the receptionist asked. "This is Denver Ramsey. I'd like to speak with Blair Ashworth." Simon got up to leave him alone. "She's no longer employed here. I'm sorry. Would you like to speak to the account manager?" "She's no longer working on my account, or at the agency?" Denver demanded. Simon stilled at the outburst and turned back to stare at him. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ramsey. She's no longer here." Denver heard a scuffling sound, and a new female voice spoke to him in a whisper. "Mr. Ramsey, this is Kaylee. I'm Blair's friend. Please call this number in 5 minutes. She rattled off a cell phone number. Denver wrote it down, and then she hung up. "What the hell was that about?" Simon asked. "Blair is gone. She's not working at her uncle's firm anymore. I wonder why her father didn't tell me." He and Simon sat in agonized silence for 5 minutes before he called the number Kaylee had given him.
Hi,
she answered, more loudly this time.
sorry for the cloak and dagger stuff. I was quitting Bay Breeze myself and had just left a minute ago. I knew you'd want to know what happened to Blair.
What did happen? Denver asked, his patience flagging.
You knew she was up for a promotion if she got your account, right?
Yes. An ominous feeling rose in his chest, making it hard to swallow.
Well,
Kaylee's voice was temporarily muffled.
the day after she got back from the Bahamas, she found out her uncle had hired somebody else. He said he never planned to give her the job. He didn't even believe she would succeed in getting you to sign. He just wanted her gone for a few days so we could work out the hiring of the new account executive. When she found out, she quit. She's my hero,
Kaylee gushed.
Now I'm leaving too. Half the staff is going as well. We're all going to work with her. After all, she's the real genius behind the agency, and everyone knows it.
She had walked away from her family's company. He knew that had to mean something to her, so much so that she'd come all the way to the Bahamas, to him, and had even accepted the fake engagement plan. Damn, he was proud of her for going after what she wanted, but he hated that her uncle had put her in such a position. Blair deserved a promotion and an ownership stake based on her work, not her ability to seduce a man.
I don't know if you can find a way out of the contract, but you shouldn't have to work with Randall and that jerk he hired to manage your account.
Denver scowled and started to reach for the contract paperwork, but Simon was already rifling through the pages. He grabbed a pen and circled something before he slid the papers over to Denver. When Denver read the clause that Simon had circled, he grinned wolfishly. I believe we'll be able to get out of it just fine, Denver told her.
That's a relief. If you want to sign with Blair, you have her number, right?
I don't, actually.
I'll text it to you. What's your mobile number?
Kaylee asked, and Denver gave it to her.
Just sent you her cell. We'll have our agency set up in a few weeks. We just got an investment group to join us.
Which group? Denver asked, but he sensed he might know the answer.
Fox.
Good girl, he thought, with even more pride. She had gotten Jack and Ann to back her, and they knew how good she was at her job. I might just do that. Thanks for the information. He ended the call and shot a look at Simon. You added this clause, didn't you? Denver glanced again at the clause that gave him a back door out if Bay Breeze no longer retained Blair Ashworth as his sole account executive. I figured her uncle was still an asshole, and neither you nor Blair deserved to get screwed over by him. The man apparently didn't even notice the addition of the clause, because he signed it. I think you might need a raise, Simon. I wouldn't object, Simon chuckled. Now I'm going back to my office to book your flight to Chicago. I suggest you pack a bag and get ready to leave. Denver stood and opened his desk drawer, his fingers closing around the little ring box. It was time to chase his siren down and bring her to paradise with him.
12. Blair returned from the grocery store near her parents' home and put away the perishable items. It was dinner time, and she expected her mother to be there ready to pounce on the groceries to help make dinner. Blair had been gone from the house for several hours, completing a few errands for her mother, and she hadn't checked in to see what time they planned to cook. "Mom? Dad?" she called out when the house remained quiet. She frowned slightly as she went to check the garage. Their car was gone, which filled her with sudden panic. She dug into her purse for her cell phone and saw that her mother had sent a text message to read a note she'd left in the guest room. When Blair found the note on the guest bed where she'd been sleeping the last few nights, she wondered what her parents were doing with all the secrecy. "Blair, your father and I are spending the night in the city. We'll be back in the morning. This package came for you. Mom." Beside the note was a little blue bag stuffed with tissue paper. She removed the paper and found a small blue box she recognized all too well. With shaking hands, she opened the box. A blue-tinted pearl ring lay in a ring setting made of a bed of diamonds. It glittered in the light. Denver's ring. Her heart shuddered at the sight and all the memories she had of wearing it for a few days. A small envelope fluttered to the bed as she pushed the package over so she could sit down. She reached for it and removed a small card. The embossed shell on the paper made her chest tighten. It was the 7 Seas stationery.
Blair, I never told you where I got the ring. This pearl was in a clam that washed up that day the tropical storm hit. The pearl, just like you, came crashing into my life, leaving me forever changed. This pearl belongs to you just as I do. If you want me, you know where to find me.
He didn't sign it, but he didn't need to. She recognized Denver's handwriting. How did this get here? Did he mail it to her parents? But how? She was up on her feet, slipping the ring on her finger before thinking as she raced downstairs for the back door of the house. A fine mist was coming down outside, and it shrouded the lake shore. But there was no mistaking the tall figure standing near the water's edge, his back to her. She wanted to run to him, but she halted a dozen feet away, trembling as the cold mist coated her face and skin. She touched the ring around her finger, needing the reassurance of it there like a talisman. "You came," she said softly. At the sound of her voice, he turned. Denver was even more handsome than she remembered him from the first time she saw him that day on the beach when he bumped into her. He wore one of those gorgeous gray tailored suits that made his eyes glow and showed off his muscled perfection.
My father used to say that a person should go after what they want most in life and never let go of it when they have it. I made a mistake and let mine walk away. I'm here to see if it's not too late.
Oh? She kept her tone casual, though her heart was skittering wildly against her ribs.
Yes.
He walked up to her, his hazel eyes searing her.
I couldn't live another minute without my brown-eyed girl.
A blush set her cheeks ablaze. Denver reached up and cupped her face in his palms, their warmth erasing the chill on her skin. She closed her eyes, too afraid that if she kept looking at him, he'd vanish like all her other dreams had. She wanted to stay forever like that, with him holding her, surrounding her until nothing else in the world could touch her. "Please don't let me go," she whispered against his lips as he faintly pressed his mouth to hers in a ghost of a kiss.
Tell me that you're mine, darling, that you'll come home with me and I'll never let you go.
The whispered command sent a shiver of desire and purest longing through her, and she started to tremble. The word darling, among all those other wonderful words, reached her heart, squeezing it and causing a childlike rush of pure joy. "Am I your darling?" She emphasized the word.
Yes, my darling Pearl.
He leaned his head down until his forehead touched hers and their breaths mingled in between them. "Why did you change your mind? I thought you didn't want me," she dared to ask, knowing it was stupid to remind him that he once hadn't wanted her enough to ask her to stay.
I've always wanted you, Blair. I just didn't believe I could let go of my hate until your father came to see me.
"My father came to see you?" she said with a gasp, her eyes locking onto his. Denver's gaze softened.
Yes, and I realized that my hate for him wasn't as strong as my love for you, and I realized the foolishness of letting you walk away. I knew I wanted you more than anything else in my life, and like that, something opened up inside me, allowing that black knot of hate around my heart to just fade away.
My father really went to see you in the Bahamas? She remembered her father leaving for a day on a work trip, but she had never imagined anything like this. He'd gone to see someone who likely would have had him escorted off the resort by security. He'd taken a great risk going to see Denver. For her.
He offered to leave us alone if I came for you.
Blair's eyes widened. Her father had done that for her? Would Denver really want to keep her away from her family? Denver ran his hands down her back and pulled her even closer, comforting her with that simple touch.
But I'm not going to take your father from you, not after knowing the pain of losing mine. He and I will never be best friends, but we can make this work. You and I can be happy.
His eyes glowed, and the soft smile on his lips simply stunned her. The hard edge of his anger was gone. He was no less intense, no less intoxicating, but he was full of joy now, and it was even more arousing than his anger.
So will you give me a chance to win you back, darling?
He brushed the pads of his thumbs over her cheeks, wiping away the sheen of mist that had mixed with the tears escaping her eyes. Then he lifted her hand that wore the pearl ring. He stroked the pearl and the band around her finger, eyeing it, and then he met her gaze with a heated possessiveness tempered with a gentle affection that would have shattered any resistance. But she had none. "Yes," She curled her arms around his neck, pulling his face that last inch to hers and kissing him. That kiss, like the first kiss, was one to end all kisses. It was everything all at once. His mouth was hungry and yet reverent as he worshipped her. They tasted each other in the mist, breathing as one and feeling each other with their bodies and souls as they never had before. There was nothing between them now to darken their passion and love. When their mouths finally broke apart, she grasped Denver by the hand and led him toward the house. He followed her up the deck steps and inside. Without words, he understood what she wanted, what she needed. As they climbed the stairs inside to her bedroom, they started stripping out of their clothes. By the time they reached her bedroom, she was fumbling with his pants and he had his hands around her body, unhooking her bra. She squeaked as he lifted her up and dropped her onto the bed. Then he helped her shimmy out of her panties, which he twirled playfully on his finger before slingshotting them across the room, and pounced on her, which only made her breathless with laughter. Denver gripped her thighs and jerked her toward him before he knelt between her legs and kissed his way down to her slit. She threw her head back with a moan as he licked her throbbing clit, sucking on it before moving down to her folds. Oh my God. She writhed as he licked her and teased her until she was desperate. Damn it, Denver, just... She didn't have time to finish because he slid up her body and slammed himself into her, stealing her breath at the sudden fullness she felt with his shaft inside her.
Is this what you want?
He growled, but the heat in his eyes was playful now and not angry. Yes, I want that, so give it to me. She dug her nails into his shoulders as he bucked against her, riding her until she came with a scream. Then he gentled, his possession of her body sweeter as he moved in slow, gentle thrusts, still holding back his own pleasure. He captured her hands with his, lacing their fingers together as he continued to move inside her until he found his release in a quiet exhalation of her name. Blair was captivated by the feel of him and the expression in his eyes. Everything she had sensed he kept locked away, every soft, sweet, compassionate emotion, was laid bare before her. He was undone, vulnerable, full of love. The last bit of weight upon her shoulders vanished, and she felt free enough to spread her wings and fly.
I love you, Blair.
He nuzzled her cheek before stealing a tender kiss that sealed her fate forever. She truly was Denver's brown-eyed girl, now and always. There would be no other in her life. Not like this. I love you too. She trailed her fingers over his strong jaw. He turned his head to kiss those fingertips.
I was thinking of a wedding on the beach.
He began with adorable uncertainty.
But if you want something more traditional...
A wedding on the shores of Paradise Island sounds like paradise.
And I've been thinking a lot about your new agency.
He rolled off her and pulled her into his arms. How did you find out I left Bay Breeze? Blair rested her chin on his chest.
Your friend Kaylee. I tried to reach you there and she filled me in on what your uncle did.
I wasn't completely honest with you. Blair bit her lip. It wasn't just the promotion I was after. He promised me shares in the company. I wanted to get my father's company back, but it turns out my father didn't want that.
I know. He and I spoke this morning. I asked him to leave the house for the day so you and I could talk. I wasn't sure if he would forgive me for letting you go.
She sighed and laid her cheek on his chest, relieved he wasn't upset about what she had revealed. We've only known each other for a few weeks. It would be insane for me to expect you to want me, let alone love me, in so short a time, especially given our history. But I did hope you would come after me.
After 1 week, I think I know you better than any woman I have ever dated.
He stroked his hand through her hair, and she almost forgot what they were talking about because it felt so good to be touched by him. What were you thinking about regarding my agency? She finally asked.
Right. So you'll need to be in Chicago for part of the year. I was thinking we could do every other month in Chicago, and the alternating months we could be at the resort in the Bahamas. I want you there, and once we start building in Bali, you'll need to get comfortable with that resort too, if you're handling both campaigns.
She didn't mind the idea of spending half the year away from the city. While she liked Chicago, Denver's employee Erica was right. Her heart now belonged in the Caribbean. That could work, but what about your contract with Bay Breeze? Denver chuckled, the deep rumbling sound rolling through her.
Simon slipped in a clause that said we could terminate if you weren't the sole account executive handling our account. He dropped it in a different part of the contract, and your uncle rushed to sign it without looking. We've already pulled out of it, and Randall couldn't say anything against it.
Is it weird that your pissing my uncle off sort of turns me on? She laughed.
Does it?
Denver rolled her beneath him. She covered his face with kisses as he tickled her until they were both too breathless and hungry for something more. Then he gave her more until the day surrendered to twilight and the moon rose clear above the lake while the sound of the waves lulled them both to sleep. They dreamed of their future, a future brighter than the sun reflecting off the water of Paradise Island. They were dreams of a life together, a life of love and hope. Dreams that were already becoming a beautiful, crystalline reality.
Epilogue. 5 years later. Blair, watch out, the waves! Denver watched helplessly as a wave crested and headed toward the two greatest loves of his life. Blair laughed and lifted their 3-year-old daughter, Savannah, into the air, letting the toddler's toes skip across the surface of the small wave as it crashed into Blair's knees.
She's all right, honey, Blair called back with a laugh, flashing him a knowing smile.
Savannah squealed in delight. Denver started toward them, but then he heard someone call his name. He turned away from the water to see Paul and Melanie Ashworth coming toward them. "Savannah, Grandpa and Grandma are here," he shouted and strolled toward his in-laws. "You're early." He hugged Melanie and shook Paul's hand with a warm smile. It was amazing how much the pain of the past had faded in 5 years. They'd gotten married and invited the Hudsons to the ceremony. Blair couldn't lie to her friend Anne, and when she'd confessed her and Denver's deception, Anne had chuckled and said she'd known the first day, but that she'd told Jack she was convinced it was only a matter of time before it became a real engagement. She and Jack had taken a gamble and continued to invest in the new Bali resort, Atlantis Rising, which was fully booked for years as the world's most stunning new underwater resort. Life had only gotten better when Blair had crawled across their bed one morning and showed him a positive pregnancy test. The birth of their daughter had brought Denver closer to Paul and Melanie Ashworth than he'd ever expected.
"We couldn't miss a moment of Savannah's 3rd birthday," Melanie blushed. "I may have brought too many presents."
Paul chuckled and rolled his eyes. "I think that's our job as grandparents." Blair joined them and put Savannah straight into Paul's arms. The older man carried his granddaughter about on the beach, dancing with her and laughing.
"I'm so glad you're here, Mom."
Blair slipped her hand into Denver's and grinned.
"Honey, you tell her this time."
"Tell me what?" Melanie asked, her eyes lighting up. Denver cleared his throat. The emotions filling his chest with cottony warmth were almost too overpowering for him to speak. "We're expecting again. It's a boy. We waited to tell anyone until Blair was 4.5 months along."
"Oh!"
Melanie started crying and hugging her daughter in Denver. Then she spun to shout at her husband,
"Honey, Blair's pregnant. It's a boy!"
Denver felt the smile on his face was so strong that his jaw would ache for hours afterward, but he didn't care. Long after lunch and celebratory toasts, the grandparents dutifully took Savannah to their cabin for a story, bath, and nap time. Blair held out a hand to Denver, and he followed her toward the water. She kicked off her shoes, and he slid out of his, leaving them on the beach. In a matter of moments, they had stripped down to their swimsuits. Blair led him into the water, their fingers linked as the waves embraced them. The sunlight caught her hair and illuminated her face, and Denver couldn't breathe. Whatever pain and hate had once been trapped within him was destroyed in that moment forever. He was truly, infinitely, deliriously happy. After so much darkness, so early in his life, he felt like he was rising from the depths of the sea, swimming faster and faster toward that glittering ring of endless light on the surface.